Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our regular meeting of council here for Tuesday, April the 14th. In a spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Mokitas and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Legal Nakota Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the Métis government of the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. And finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. In looking at our agenda, I'm going to first look to administration to see if there are any urgent additions to the agenda here this morning. Seeing none, looking to council if anybody has anything that they would like to add to the agenda here this morning. Seeing none, can I have a councillor make the motion to approve the agenda as presented, please? Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, everyone. I move that the council approve the April 14, 2026 regular meeting of council agenda as presented.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. As people may remember, we have recently changed our procedural bylaw, and with that changing of the procedural bylaw, we have a new item here called Council Recognitions and Announcements, and there's just a few announcements and recognitions that we want to do here this morning. The first is we wanted to take this morning to acknowledge Sikh Heritage Month. So we just want to acknowledge Sikh Heritage Month here this morning. April is officially recognized as Sikh Heritage Month in Canada, celebrating the long-standing history, culture, and contributions of over 800,000 Sikh Canadians. It was officially proclaimed nationally in 2019, and it highlights the values of equality, service, or SEVA, and community. So, City of Chestermere is proud of the diversity that we have here within our community, and I think that our council and the City of Chestermere continues to do a good job of acknowledging the different cultures and backgrounds that exist within our community. And so again, I just want to start off the morning here, our first council meeting together here, acknowledging Sikh Heritage Month. Under council recognitions, we also wanted to acknowledge and say thank you to Chestermere Lake Middle School, who is going to be doing a community cleanup here later this month. I believe that they are doing it on the 21st or 22nd of April. So next week, Chestermere Lake Middle School, I had the pleasure of participating in this last year. Unfortunately, I'm not able to participate in it this year just due to council meetings and things like that. But just want to say a big thank you to the students over at Chestermere Lake Middle School who are going to go out into the community surrounding them and do a bit of a community cleanup as spring gets going. And I know spring cleanup starts to be things on people's minds. The forecast notwithstanding right now. Hate to be the guy to announce that apparently there's snow coming again, but apparently there is snow coming again. But with spring coming, spring cleanup is a bit of a thing that starts to happen. And so we just wanted to acknowledge Chestermere Lake Middle School and the work that they're going to be doing for helping with cleaning up the community. Finally, one of the other things that we have been doing is we've been acknowledging the success that happens within our community for different programs. And so we have extended the invitation to all organizations, whether they be sport organizations or whether they be nonprofit organizations or businesses that are finding some success and wanted to highlight something, we wanted to celebrate with you. And so we have a graphic that has been prepared, and this is in recognition of Olympus Boxing, who the rankings have come out for a number of their boxers. And they are seeing lots of success. One of their boxers is actually qualified for the next upcoming Summer Olympics. But one of the things that I wanted to highlight is that we have confirmed that all of the names that are on this list are all Chestermere residents. And so all of these Chestermere residents, as part of their participation in the boxing club, are demonstrating where they are currently ranked within their weight classes or where they're sitting right now. And so we just wanted to take a moment to demonstrate this graphic and just show some of the success that our boxers over at the boxing club are finding. And finally, one last acknowledgement that we just wanted to do is last week, Council says thank you to administration. We were invited out to be able to celebrate alongside administration some long-term service awards. And so last week we were able to celebrate people that had served here for 5, 10, 15, and I believe, CEO can correct me if I'm wrong, the longest serving was 30 or 35, 30. The longest serving staff member received a 30-year recognition for their service to the city of Chestermere. And so wanted to just say on behalf of council, thank you to administration for inviting council to be a part of that celebration last week. And I do think that it is important to acknowledge the work of our staff and what staff does and their incredible contributions. I have said this a number of times behind the scenes, if you will. I've said this a number of times at our meetings that we have where council and staff are together, that I believe that good communities happen when you see a strong administration and strong council that are working together to serve the residents. And I believe that that's what we have here in Chestermere. I think we have a strong administration and a strong council that are working together to serve our residents and to move Chestermere forward. And so it was a great opportunity for us as council to come alongside and celebrate the success and the long-term service of a number of staff last week, and looking forward to that celebration continuing here with administration. So again, thank you to administration to that, and congratulations to those staff that received the trophy the trophy on Wednesday. The trophies on Wednesday and the certificates for their incredible service to the city of Chestermere. So with that, we'll now go to our public input session, looking to legislative services. Have we had anyone sign up for public input this morning? Seeing 3 shaking heads looking back at me, I'm going to go with no. So with that then, one of the other things that we have done with our procedural bylaw is we're now just putting items on here just as a reminder for council, and also with some anticipated changes that we see coming with Bill 28. I just wanted to make sure that we have it on all of our agendas, that council with any of the items that are coming up, if anyone has a declaration of conflict of interest that they wanted to declare at the beginning of the meeting. As a reminder, a councillor can declare that at any time throughout the process if they have a conflict of interest. So council just looking to see if anyone has a conflict of interest they want to declare on any item this morning. Seeing none, we'll now move to the approval of the minutes for the March 24th, 2026 regular meeting of council. Can I have a councillor make the motion to approve as presented? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Yes, good morning. I move council approve the March 24th, 2026 regular meeting of council meeting minutes as presented.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Council, does anyone have anything that they wanted to add to our agenda for anything that's business arising from the minutes? Was there anything that somebody wanted to follow up on from the March 24th regular meeting of council minutes? Seeing none. So we're now going to move to the resolution tracker, and the resolution tracker is being presented by our CEO, Mr. Kent Edney. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, Dean, and Council. Just going to look at the resolution tracker here real quickly. I don't have any major updates that aren't really covered under the public comment section in your agenda package. One thing I will point out for the public is item number 27, related to the open house for acreage owners. That has been scheduled now for June 10th from 6 to 8 p.m. and I believe that's at the rec center. Otherwise, I'm open to questions from council if you have any questions on a particular item.
Thank you, Council. Does anybody have any questions with regards to the resolution tracker? Okay, thank you. I just had one, I believe, and that has to do with when items are completed. I'm just wondering what our internal administration policy is for how long the completed items are staying on the resolution tracker, as well as would we be able to add the date as to when items are completed? Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Internally, we keep them on the resolution tracker indefinitely. We just stopped printing them off because there's so many motions. It gets pretty lengthy with everything that's been completed. Going forward, for sure, we can put in the completed section the date it was completed, if that works. For
Yeah,
going
no,
forward.
absolutely. Well, I just think it just demonstrates when. I know that one of the things that we talk a lot about here is time stamping our motions, seeing things come back. I think equal is true for when seeing something is completed. I also think that it helps that if a councillor is looking to remind themselves, I know that this is something I will often do. I will go back and remind myself on something by going back and say watching council meeting. I know the dates are there for when the motion was made, but the completion too can also be helpful, just regards to that timeline. So if we could have that added, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Council, anything else, any other questions with regards to the resolution tracker? Okay, thank you. With that, I believe that we'll have the motion to accept the resolution tracker for information. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Council accept the update on the 2025 and 2026 resolution tracker for information.
Comments, questions from Council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. We're now moving to item 9.1.1, and I believe we will also be looking at 9.1.2, which is the Waterford Stage 1 Outline Plan Amendment and the Waterford Stage 1 Land Use Bylaw. So within our agenda packages, you'll notice them as two separate reports and two separate presentations. But I believe that to start off our presentation here this morning, Mr. Kelly is going to be explaining to us why it's that way in our agenda package, but the difference in how it's in our agenda package and how we're actually going to be presenting that here. I got you on the mic, and how we're going to be presenting that here this morning. So good morning, Mr. Colin Kelly.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Colin Kelly, Planner 1 with the Community Growth and Infrastructure Department. So yes, before moving forward, I would like to acknowledge that all my comments pertaining to this presentation shall be made through the CEO to the Mayor and all members of Council. Yes, I would like to note that the outline plan and land use redesignation are two separate processes that need to occur concurrently. To reduce redundancy, there will only be one presentation to cover the two separate reports. So there'll be the three separate motions pertaining to these, but just the one presentation, just to be mindful of everyone's time.
Thank you.
Okay. So yes, today we'll just be going through the motion requests, application overview, approval process, proposed amendments, just the policies that were reviewed, implications, recommendations, and if there's any questions, we'll be taking those. Okay, so the motions for the outline plan would be that Council accept the Waterford Stage 1 Outline Plan dated March 2026 as shown in Attachment B of your request for information. And the for the land use amendment, that Council give first reading to Bylaw 013-26, being amendments to the land use Bylaw 020-24 as amended, and as shown on Schedule A of Bylaw 013-26. And Council approve the scheduling of a public hearing for Bylaw 013-26 for April 28th, 2026, 10 a.m. Okay, so the city has received an application seeking amendments to Land Use Bylaw 020-24 as amended. as well as the Waterford Stage 1 Outline Plan. This will involve a redesignation of a portion of Waterford Stage 1 located in the city's southwest, so just a portion of what's outlined there in the southwest corner, as Waterford Stage 1 is mostly developed. Okay, so this is the approval process. Everything is correct except for one error I had made when making the presentation. Is it notes May 12th as the proposed date for the public hearing. Please note that the motion was correct and that April 28th is the correct proposed date. So just noting that, that error there. Okay. So the amendments to the Waterford Stage 1 Outline Plan, shown here and on the following slide, are the only changes proposed to the Waterford Stage 1 Outline Plan. I won't necessarily read through all of these unless you'd like me to, but just noting that Attachment B, the red line in the Outline Plan, this is just the language reflecting what you would see in those changes. Okay. Can we go back to slide 8, please? Actually? Perfect. This slide shows figure 12 from the Waterford Stage 1 Outline Plan with revisions to the land use districts. A subsequent slide will provide additional context for these proposed changes, just some neater graphics. And please note that only the portions outlined in red are proposed to change. The remainder of the outline plan shown has been previously approved. In addition, in Attachment B, Section 7.2.2 in the outline plan notes that City Council recently approved the planned lot districts, being R1 PFD and R1 PRL. This statement was true at the time of the previous amendments, not necessarily true of today's date, as this was a previous amendment.
Sorry, can we just, just to touch on that.
Yeah.
So that was done by the council of the day
Yes.
when this was originally approved, and I believe this original one was 2018. Right? So what we're saying then is for example, anything that's written in black within here is what was originally done when it's originally approved by the council that was in at 2018. So when something makes a comment like recently, if that is not in red, then that means that it was done by that council when this was done at 2018. Not necessarily this council. This council is only approving what is in red, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay,
Thank
awesome. Thank you.
You. Okay. Okay, perfect. A portion of Table 1 from the Waterford Stage 1 Outline Plan is shown here with the amendments to the anticipated number of dwellings in the outline plan area. I will speak to these changes further on the next slide. Okay, so here is the land use amendment changes for the schedule. Okay, so the proposed amendments involve a rezoning from residential single detached to residential planned lot front drive, residential planned lot rear lane to residential multi-unit, residential multi-unit to residential planned lot rear lane, and residential multi-unit to R3 to residential planned lot front drive. These amendments are proposed to address market demand while supporting a gradual and compatible transition from low to medium density housing, helping to minimize land use conflicts. It also encourages consistent and predictable housing forms within each block, reinforcing a coherent neighborhood character. The proposed changes result in a reduction of 25 residential single detached parcels, 6 residential planned lot rear lane parcels, and through amendments to the residential multi-unit R3 district, 10 semi-detached dwellings and 16 townhouses within the outline plan area. Conversely, the amendments provide for an increase of 50 residential planned lot front drive parcels. There will be a reduction from 8.11 units per acre to 8.07 units per acre as a result of the proposed amendments. This would be for the entire outline plan area. And there are no anticipated impacts to municipal servicing or open space requirements in the outline plan. Just here is the documents that were reviewed as a part of this administration's review. The proposed bylaw aligns with the general intent of the policies within the applicable guiding documents. The outline plan and the land use bylaw will be amended as a result. So implications, the proposed land use bylaw amendment and outline plan amendment result in a reduction of 7 units and does not impact the overall development footprint while maintaining the previously approved road and open space networks. The amendments support a gradual and compatible transition from low to medium density housing, helping to minimize land use conflicts. It also encourages consistent and predictable housing forms within each block, reinforcing a coherent neighborhood character. Administration supports the Waterford Stage 1 Outline Plan amendments and Land Use Bylaw amendments for the northwest quarter section, north quarter of Section 4, Township 24, Range 28 in the community of Waterford. If you have any questions, I'm happy to provide answers.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this question is going to go to yourself or Director Chandiuk. I was just wondering, you touched on it briefly. Can you also just help council and the public understand the difference between accepting the outline plan for information and then what we're doing with first reading and the approval of the public hearing? So I think that there's just a question about why it's accepted for information, because I just think that that's going to help with the line of questioning that may or may not come. In other words, should we just wait until after the public hearing to do our line of questioning and simply accept information, do first reading, schedule public hearing, or would it be more appropriate to do that now? I'm just wondering who would like to take that part of that question. Director Chandiuk.
Through the chair, thank you for the opportunity to respond to that question. At this point, you can choose to put the outline plan on hold and go ahead with the first reading, schedule public hearing. Once you receive all the comments from public on the public hearing side of things, at that point you can choose to accept the plan for information. Council statutory is not approving the plan. It's an outline plan which is outside of the realm of the MGA, so council is only accepting it for information, would be approving it internally. This is more so to present information to council surrounding the land use rezoning that's being brought forward. It's in support of that rezoning application. So if council chooses to have a better idea surrounding rezoning and the comments that are going to be coming in at the next stage of public hearing, council can just choose to put the outline plan on hold or table that presentation, relift it after public hearing, and then choose to accept it as information.
Yes, thank you. I think it'd be odd for us to put accept for information on hold because it's just information. We're not approving anything. So further to that though, then in terms of the questioning, how would you like to see that proceed here today as opposed to what's going to happen here when we get to the public hearing? Director Chandiuk.
To the chair, council should ideally be asking questions at the stage of public hearing. This is just opening the presentation for first reading. After public hearing, at the stage of public hearing, council can choose to accept or ask for all the questions or seek all the information that they need for taking a decision on the rezoning application. So at this stage, our recommendation only would be accept the outline plan and then schedule the public hearing for next date, April 20th, I think is.
Okay, thank you for that. I do want to though open the opportunity for council if somebody does have a burning question that they want to get onto the table in some way, shape, or form. So, Councillor Assemble.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think this question is appropriate. It's about what triggers these kinds of requests for changes to an outline plan and bylaws. So through you to Mr. Edney and on to Mr. Kelly, I get a lot of questions from residents where they're asking why this happens. Why don't we just approve a development at the onset and make no changes ever? Sometimes there can be a perception that it's a way to sneak in more density. This proposal actually has a slight reduction to density. So I'm wondering if you could comment on what triggers this, or in this particular instance, what triggers this, and maybe give a little bit more of an explanation on that.
Probably not a very long-winded explanation. These changes in this case are developer-driven, so they would come, understanding the market in a way that administration often doesn't. They're trying to address market demand and what they see as a ideal product for selling, I guess, in these communities. So this was approved, I believe, this outline plan initially in 2018. The market has certainly changed since then. The types of products that are, desirable can change. And so these are just the developer coming in, proposing these changes. Administration reviews. We ensure that it aligns with our policies, the intent, and the direction that we are given. And in this case, we feel that it does, so we would support it to go through, and ultimately just to support council's decision. So, does that answer the question, by the way?
Thank you. Councilor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I know we haven't went to first reading yet, and some of these questions may come up during public hearing, but I have one question. You used through the mayor, through administration to you, Colin, you mentioned potential conflict. Is this more market driven that you would, if you're getting the feedback from the developer, maybe they can answer this at public hearing. Is this more market driven because everything seems to be in alignment from my review with your MDP and any policies and procedures. So it's more a market shift that they're looking to do here because they're reducing density, which our residents, as Councillor Sandbo alluded to, would be generally happy to hear about.
Yes. Yeah. So no, I say market driven because that is the impetus for the developer to come in and propose the amendment. But if we can actually go back, if you don't mind.
But no conflicts? That really? I mean, you use the word conflict. That's why it kind of my ears perked up.
We're in this case we feel reducing conflict. So if we can go back to the that one right there. So you'll note just on the west side. So to the north is R1 PFD. And currently R1. So in that case, we are aligning it more so with the types of products that are shown, putting townhouses, towards the entrance to the community there on the west side as well. And so just if you look at where these changes are proposed, the surrounding context of the property. So just ensuring that there's consistent products and something that, we're not doing a transition from land use districts that are incompatible and are going to cause that kind of conflict or not align with one another.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Okay, with that, I believe that we have three motions that are going to be on the table here. The first will be to accept the outline plan for information. Can I have a councillor make the motion to accept for information, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that Council accept the Waterford Stage 1 outline plan dated March 2026, shown in the attachment B for information.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the motion for first reading, please? Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I move that Council give first reading to bylaw number 013-26, being amendments to the Land Use Bylaw 020-24 as amended, as shown on Schedule A of Bylaw 013-26.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Thank you, and that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Just before moving on, Mr. Edney, I'm wondering, just looking at time and wanting to be able to continue to proceed through the agenda and seeing that items are staged, if we would be able to do 11.2.4 next, and we would just have to see if that staff member is available. So just while we're finishing the business on this one, would we be able to see if that's possible? Thank you. I will do my best stalling that you've seen as I slow it down. And then, council, we have the third motion to approve the scheduling for the public hearing. Can I have a councillor make the motion to schedule the public hearing, please? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Yes, move the council approve the scheduling for public hearing for bylaw number 013-26 for April 28th, 2026 at 10 a.m.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. A question to yourself and to Mr. Edney, just confirming that in agenda review that April 28th, this would be acceptable and we have time for this? Yep. I know the question's been asked. I just want to be double sure because it's right around the corner here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're now going to move to item 11.2.4, which is Direct Control Development Permit 2653240511111 Rainbow Falls Gate Major Home Business. This is being presented by Shamin, who was one of the recipients of the Long-Term Service Award. I'm not going to say for how long. I will just say it was more than one, less than 30. That's what we'll go more than one, less than 30. If she wants to reveal how long it was for, then that is her purview to do so. But on behalf of council, we just want to say thank you for everything you do for the city of Chestermere, as well as congratulations on your long-term service award that you received last week. So good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the kind words. And yes, it's double digits. Wasn't easy to get there. I'm not saying I started when I was 12. I might. Internship on training. Okay, let's get to it then. Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Shamin, Vicencio, Development and Building Service Manager for the City of Chestermere. Before I proceed, I'd like to note that all of my comments will be made through the CAO to your worship and to all members of Council. Today, administration is presenting this discretionary use major home business application for Council's consideration and decision. The business proposal is to offer acupuncture and massage therapy, which is a personal service establishment use within the direct control residential multi-unit DCR3 district. Under the Land Use Bylaw, Council is the development authority for this application. Administration recommends that Council consider development permit number 26-53240 for a discretionary use, major home business at Unit 51111 Rainbow Falls Gate, in accordance with Attachment A, which are the plans proposed and the business scope. And if Council chooses to approve the application, it is recommended that approval be subject to the conditions as outlined in Attachment B. The site is located within an established townhouse development approved in 2014, and it consists of a total of 76 dwelling units across 16 buildings. Each unit provides the required 2 residential parking stalls in an attached garage, and there are 17 visitor parking stalls serving the entire development. The applicant proposes a small-scale appointment-only personal services business to be operated by the resident within Unit 51. As outlined in the submitted business plan, operating hours are limited and will occur on weekdays only. The business would operate up to 7 hours on Monday, with shorter evenings and daytime hours of approximately 2 to 3 hours between Tuesday and Thursday. Operating hours would begin no earlier than 10 a.m., and with the latest closing at 8 p.m. The applicant will manage scheduling 1 client at a time, 8 to 10 clients per week, and will have no employees. The applicant is proposing to use 1 of the 2 residential parking stalls within the unit for client parking. There are no exterior changes or signage required. Administration reviewed the application against Section 7.21 Home Business Regulations of the Land Use Bylaw. A summary of the application and administration's analysis is provided in the table on page 173 to 174 of the agenda and is projected before you. The review of the application demonstrates that the proposal meets all applicable regulations that are related to the size of the business area, traffic generation based on the anticipated number of clients per week, the number of employees, and business-related vehicles and hours of operation. In addition, the proposal also involves no structural alterations, no exterior impacts, no storage required externally, and no signage proposed. A key issue for Council's consideration would be parking. Pursuant to Section 8.1.1A of the Land Use Bylaw, each townhouse dwelling must provide a minimum of 2 off-street parking stalls for residential use. A major home business requires additional parking beyond the 2 residential stalls in a quantity determined by the Development Authority based on the scale and nature of the business. Given that, the subject unit does not have sufficient on-site space to accommodate the additional parking required for the proposed use. The applicant proposes using 1 garage stall for business use, which reduces available residential parking below the minimum required. As a result, client parking may rely on visitor stalls or on-street parking. Administration recognizes that the business is of limited scale. However, townhouse developments rely heavily on shared parking, and even limited businesses' activity can affect parking availability. So today, council must determine whether the proposed use can operate compatibly with surrounding residential development, given the parking constraint and considering the proposed business scope. Should council approve the major home business despite the identified parking variance, approval may be granted subject to specific conditions and for a limited term. Conditions such as appointment-only operations, limits on daily client traffic, and controlled scheduling are intended to mitigate parking demand and minimize potential impacts on the surrounding residential neighborhood. A time-limited approval also allows the city to monitor the operation, assess ongoing compliance, and balance support for local entrepreneurship with residential parking considerations. So today, council, considering all that, council has 3 options. Council may approve development permit 26-53240 as submitted, including a variance to accommodate the identified parking deficiency, subject to the conditions of approval outlined in attachment B. Council may refuse development permit 26-53240 and provide the reasons for refusal. Or lastly, council can defer consideration of development permit 26-53240 and direct administration to return with additional information at a future council meeting. That concludes my presentation, and I open the floor for questions.
Thank you. Given that each of these applications is kind of handled on a one-to-one basis and not wanting to share any personal information with the applicant, this is not a new app. This person has operated a business in Chestermere for an extended amount of time, correct?
Correct.
Also double digits, so to speak.
Could be. When I checked permit records, that is accurate. It was on a different address before, though.
Yes. Yeah, but my point though being that when we take, I think on applications like this, I think it's important that council consider lots of information as it comes in. So this is somebody who has held a business license within Chestermere previously.
Correct.
And for more than a year. And to your knowledge, has there ever been any concerns that have been flagged with this particular applicant or business owner? And if that needs to be an in-camera conversation, then we could do that. But from your knowledge, and you may not have understand that, from your knowledge, has there ever been a concern with this particular owner in the business that they've operated for an extended amount of time in Chestermere?
Upon checking from the previous address, there were no complaints raised.
Right. Thank you. Okay. Director Cherniak.
Through the chair, just a point that I'd like to share with council. Council should only be looking at the merits of the current application and should not be basing the decision on the historical context, if there is any available. What you have in front of you is the information that we have from the applicant.
Thank you.
That's what should be taken in consideration for rendering a decision on this application.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to the application? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, all comments and questions. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for pointing out the parking, because that is something that has come up in a lot of different discussions. One of my questions was going to be, is there a precedent for this? Because these are dealt on a case-by-case basis. It sounds like this particular applicant has had something before, but I mean, in general, how many properties have been given special consideration by previous councils to do something like this?
Through the CAO to Councillor Sambo, every application is reviewed at its own merits. Mm-hmm. So no application should set precedents. Depending on, let's just settle on just the major home business. Mm-hmm. Depending on the scope of business, some major home businesses will have high traffic volume, will have more client visits than this one that's presented in front of you. So at that point in time, depending on the environment as well, whether it's on an R3, a high density area, a low density area, the decisions could differ. So this should not set any precedents going forward.
if I could, maybe not an official precedent, but what I want to know is, are there other major home businesses in Chestermere who maybe don't have the required amount of parking? Is this just something, what I'm trying to establish, is this something that previous councils thought was reasonable to allow? That's good information for me.
Good question. I can say that at least for the ones that have been presented to this council, this is the first one. In the past, there's not a lot of major home business or discretionary uses in direct control districts. There's also a very limited amount of direct control districts in the city, and mostly are comprehensive buildings like multifamilies or commercial. So I would say it has been a while since we've brought something forward to council that had a parking variance for a major home business.
Gotcha. Another question, Your Worship.
Yeah, Councillor Sample.
I have a couple different questions. Another one is, for this process, is there any kind of notification for the neighbors so that they could have an opportunity to provide feedback?
Good question. So, because this is a direct control application, it is discretionary use. When a decision is advertised, there has to be a decision. So that decision would have been made by council today. And because council's decision is non-appealable, there would be no notification process for this kind of application.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
I had one additional question.
Sorry, just before that, Director Chandiak.
So the chair, the notification process typically for a direct control application is through the agenda publication. When we publish the agenda, by way of publishing it in the agenda, we are directly, indirectly informing public that there's an application in XYZ address, which is being considered by council. So the notification process officially becomes the publication of the agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Sample.
I can understand how legislatively that meets the requirement. Thank you. So my final question is, were there any options explored? Are there any options available to this applicant to acquire additional parking spots? For example, purchasing one of the communal parking spots? Any other options like that? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. That would have to be between the resident and the board. The city would not be involved in any of those arrangements, and the option that she has presented, using one stall in her garage, would just be a noted variance, because 2 parking stalls are required for the residential use and one or more for the major home business, depending on the scope.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Sandbo's question about matters like this coming to council. Yeah, this is quite rare. However, we have seen similar cases in SDAB hearings, and in those cases, generally, the board has allowed practices or businesses of this nature, and we have also followed up with law enforcement with respect to see if there's been any complaints, and so far it is not a problem, I guess.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Okay, with that then, I believe what you're looking for is for a motion to approve with the conditions as outlined. Now, within this, if there was a question about the conditions, do you want us to make the motion first and then debate the conditions, or if we had a question about the conditions, you want us to ask that first? Ask the first. So, council, the question that I have, I want to be careful. I'm just wondering about 3 years. I wonder if what we wanted to do, because this is something that is rare, change it to 1 year, let it play out for the year. And then have it come back to council at the end of that year, and then if it goes well, great, perfect, and then next one goes for 3 years, and then away we go. So I guess I am kind of demonstrating where I'm leaning on this, but that would be my recommendation at the moment, would be to do the approval for a year. Now, question I have though is, if we do that, Would that cause an additional fee burden on the applicant? Is it more expensive if we do what I'm saying?
Through your worship, through the CEO to your worship, yes, because instead of paying on the third year, she would have to pay for a new application based on the fees at that time a year after.
And there's no way that those fees could be amended or waived. Is that correct?
At this point, under our current fee schedule, there is no way.
Correct. That fee schedule, I think, is coming back to council in the next couple of months, is it not?
Accurate, correct.
Right? Is that?
Yes, 100%.
I don't think it's on an agenda yet, but I think it's in the
In the
ether, if you
works.
will, of things that we're working on. Okay. Okay, so council, I just want to test that to see. I guess I am opening up a little bit strangely for debate. Do we just want? Would you want to leave it at 3? Would you want to go to 1, or would you like to do the motion and open it up for debate? Where are we sitting, Deputy Mayor Ryan?
Thank you, Worship. Through you to you. Think I'm okay with 3 years. If there's complaints, law enforcement's there to enforce that.
That's fair.
Bylaw is there.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not super passionate on this one. It was just a thought I want to throw on the table. Okay, with that, can I have a councillor then make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Yes, move that council approve development permit number 26-53240 as submitted, including a variance to accommodate the identified parking deficiencies subject to the conditions of approval outlined in attachment B.
Thank you. Any comments, questions from council with regards to the motion? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm understanding that the motion is for the 3 years. So I
Yes.
think I would be voting no on this one. I would be favorable to the 1 year. I'm all for anybody who wants to responsibly work hard for their money and do that in Chestermere. But what gives me pause is that the decision is not appealable, and I don't think that the neighbors would consider that notice that this was happening. So if it does cause some problems, it's 3 years without any appeal. And we do get a lot of complaints about parking. So that's why I think the 1 year would be a little bit more suitable. It's too bad that there is an application fee, but just to make sure that we're doing our due diligence and not, coming down and making a decision with no appeal process for 3 years.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I will be voting in support of this. As an entrepreneur myself, you can't plan anything for a year. When you look forward, you have to look at the long-term vision of your business. And I can appreciate any entrepreneur within the city of Chestermere who's looking to start something. This is where it all starts as entrepreneurs. 8 visits a week, I think it's low impact. Yes, I agree, parking may be an issue, but maybe this is all this resident can afford at this time. Entrepreneurship, I believe, is something that's at the core of a lot of people and how they make their money, to Councillor Sandbo's point, and it's 100% aligned with our strategic plan. So I will be voting in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Warzanowski. While there's no appeal process, if I understand it correctly, council of a day can change its mind. So there's not an appeal process, but if there was no, we could not. Once it's approved for 3 years. Council cannot later change its mind. So there's not even just, interesting. Okay. Sorry to everyone watching the public. I know you can't see the talking heads that are shaking their heads no over to my right now. But the talking heads are shaking no at the moment. That could not happen. Okay, thank you. Councillor Schindler.
Thank you, Mayor, and through the chair to administration. While we're not changing this to a 1 year, and I guess, sorry, I was phased on that part there. We're not able to do that period. Change it to a 1 year, and then put in an amendment or a caveat that says we will waive the fee for the next application should that year be successful.
So we can't put in the caveat because that would go against our bylaw that we have. We'd have to change the bylaw.
Correct.
The bylaw is not before us today. This is why I had asked before we made the motion to have conversation about the year, but now we are in the middle of the motion. So there's a couple of options that are available to us.
Yeah.
Somebody could suggest a change to the motion, and that could be. But it is currently open for it.
Right.
But this is part of the debate right now.
Right, and that's sort of what I'm looking for is some suggestions on ways that we can. It gave me pause when we were when it was suggested that perhaps the neighbors did not have a say in this. While I feel that putting it in the agenda package is notifying, it's really not. And so I'm looking through the chair to administration or through other members of council. Is there a way we can modify this motion to allow the residents of this area to at least have a little bit more say sooner than 3 years, perhaps?
I don't think that's how the process of direct control works. It comes to council and then we make that decision. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. So council has an option to make an amendment to this motion to change condition, I think it's 15, in the conditions of approval to 1 year. So you could go that route. Someone could make that a motion to amend this motion to change that to 1 year. You could vote on that. If it passes, then it's 1 year and you go back to the original motion, which now is the 1 year. And if it's defeated, then it goes back to the original motion, which would be 3 years. So that is an option if a member wanted to present that. That's under 8.4 in our procedural bylaw.
Right. Okay, so does somebody want to make a motion to amend this motion to be 1 year as opposed to 3 years, and we can open up that for debate? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I could do that. Just understanding, I'm kind of unclear. Are we still within the other motion?
No, I was going to...
Go ahead.
Mr. Edney, you got it. No, you got it. No, I can't say you got it, then you turn your mic off.
I'll do it.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. It would be a separate motion.
Yeah.
You can't do it. Yeah, you have
So
to make a
Councillor-
separate motion to amend that motion to state this.
So Councillor Sambo would make a motion to direct administration to amend and then put in the motion number. To amend motion.
Sorry, are we doing a privileged motion? I'm not understanding. Aren't we still within the other
We're
motion?
making a motion to amend, which should be, I believe, Mr. Edney stated the procedural bylaw number. I don't have it off the top of my head.
Okay.
Mr. Edney?
It's in the procedural bylaw, it's 8.4.2. You can make a separate, you can move to amend a motion. So you would amend the previous motion
Okay.
to change. No,
No,
just
no.
leave it how, don't type what I'm saying, sorry.
To amend motion, yeah.
Yep.
To change condition 15. From 3 years to 1 year.
Yep.
And I believe it's attachment C, not attachment B. Is that correct? Or is it attachment B?
B.
B, it is B. Thank you. Okay, so this would be, okay, so just so we're clear, we're just going to debate this. We're going to vote on this. This is not you voting on the business because that motion's coming after. Councillor Sambo, is this a motion you're looking to make?
I can make this motion, Your Worship.
Okay.
I move that council direct administration to amend motion number 260414-07 to change condition number 15 on attachment B from 3 years to 1 year.
Okay, comments, questions, and now all we are debating right now is how you feel about the 3 years to 1 year. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Maybe I need some clarification here because we haven't tested the first motion. We're looking to amend it, even though it's not yet been passed. Why wouldn't we just ask the deputy mayor to just amend the motion as stated?
Because I don't think we have agreement on that. That's why.
Okay.
Because I am not sure that we have consensus of 7 to, right? You had stated previously that you wanted to go with 3.
Yeah.
Right? So I think we know where you may be leaning on this particular motion. And that's why I'm opening it up for conversation because I'm about to reveal here in a moment how I feel about this. So,
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Schindler.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. The reason why I was looking to bring this down from 3 to 1 year is simply to test this parking issue that we've been having all across the city as of late. And so, while this, I don't want to put any extra onus on the business owner to reapply after 1 year. I'm looking at the location, the style of building, the parking, the access to said building, and I'm noting that while it's a massage and acupuncture business seems to be like a quiet business, we're not going to have a dance studio or something like that in there. I still think that we should have the people in the surrounding area be able to comment on it in 1 year to be able to gauge whether or not that's a good fit for that area. If we give parking leeway to this business, I feel like people will come back and ask for parking leeway in other businesses or other forms of parking issues that we have around the city. So I'm just trying to be pragmatic as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. A couple things on that as we debate this item. I would remind us of the comments that have been made from administration that there is no precedence that is being set, that it doesn't set precedence. Somebody can come and ask for whatever they want, whenever they want. That's essentially how it works in council. And then council is the decision-making authority that does that. That's part of our role on that comment. Secondly, I'm very much leaning to a lot of the comments that were made by Councillor Warzanowski a few minutes ago. This does fit with our strategic plan, and we have been wanting to encourage business. And I am reminded of a comment that that was taught to me as a very baby councillor. This was actually before I became a councillor. I am reminded of a comment that says, and this with respect to comments made from Director Chaniak a few minutes ago, and I absolutely appreciated that reminder. I am also reminded of the comments that as a councillor and mayor, as an elected official, you make your decisions based on the best information that's in front of you at the time, including all information that you have, including knowing that sometimes you know more about a situation than is necessarily public information. And so based on the information that has been shared and based on the merits of this application and based on the applicant, I would be voting no to this motion and voting yes to the previous motion. Any other comments, questions from council? Oh, sorry. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I just want to add one last comment. You've all heard me express the support of entrepreneurship. They still have to deal with parking. They still have to deal with bylaw. They still have to deal with the police. They still have to deal with their neighbors. They still have to deal with the condo board. It takes a lot of courage to do something like that. And again, I said it once, it starts here from entrepreneurship. It's aligned with our strategic plan. You can't plan a year in advance for any type of business, as far as I'm concerned. Also, this is a resident that has went through the process and exposed themselves for an application. There's plenty of other businesses out there that are going to operate without ever coming to council. So I'd be definitely opposed to this motion and supporting the previous motion as stated. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Warzanowski, I'm going to turn your mic back on. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I know that you don't necessarily have a problem with that.
No.
Can you, and I'm going to lean a little bit on your own entrepreneurship, if you will. Can you just talk a little bit about your comment there about planning for a year? Can you just, I'm just, because I do think that this person has planned and they've got it.
Let's say,
just unpack that a
sure.
little
So
bit?
let's say this business starts getting busier and you get up to those 8 visits per month. And by the way, traffic during the day is not as much of a problem as it is during the evening. And that's what's being presented. The precedent won't be set. However, let's say you start building that business and starting getting more clients. Now all of a sudden that business is growing. After a year, they're like, well, I don't know. After a year, I might have to go back to council. I might be booted out and I might not be able to provide you these services. After trying to build their business for a year without being able to plan what their next step is. What I would expect if this business does become a going concern, they would stop seeing clients in their townhome and they would find another source to be able to provide that service to their clients. Maybe open a brick and mortar store. But if they know that there's a timeline on what the future of their business looks like within a year, it's stealing from the, how does the cliche go? You're killing the mouth that feeds you, or something like that. So this is their livelihood, and we need to take that into consideration. You can't plan your livelihood for just a year. You need to look forward to whoever you're supporting in your life.
Thank you, Councillor Schindler.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Worzanowski, you make a very compelling argument. I've heard it, and yeah, I'm feeling what you're putting down. Thank you kindly.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to call for the vote here in a moment. Any final comments, questions? Again, first of all, any comments, questions from council with regards to this motion? Okay, so just so that we're very, very clear, if you vote yes, then the condition on number 15 would go to 1 year, and if you vote no, then the condition stays at 3 years. So I just want to make sure that we're all clear on what we're voting on. Sorry. So with that, I'm going to call for the vote. Okay, and that motion is defeated by majority vote. Okay, so we're now going to go back to the original motion, and I'm going to open it back up for comments, questions with regards to the original motion, although I think we've had fairly robust debate, and I think we see how people are feeling. But be remiss if I don't open up the opportunity for comments, questions from council. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. So given the way the last vote went, I'll be supporting this one because I do want to support the entrepreneurship as well. I do have a concern about folks in the neighborhood if there is a problem. It sounds like there's a history, but I don't have that prior knowledge of how that business was previously operating. So I'm kind of curious how that can be addressed by bylaw if this is met. For example, I can imagine a scenario where this business becomes so incredibly successful because 8 to 10 clients a week is not a lot. You could have 8 to 10 clients a day, and then you have a lot of traffic, and there is a play space and a green space right there. So if this does become a problem, I guess this is more of a question than a debate, but how exactly could someone contact bylaw about that or get some resolution to the issue?
Mr. Edney.
Go ahead.
Now fall under the enforcement process by filing a complaint, and then we do an investigation. If they're going over the scope, that would be in contravention of the approved development permit, which can be refuted at that point in time, or we would, of course, work with them through options as to how to mitigate and solve the complaint.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments, questions from council? Okay, again, just being clear, this is to approve the development permit with the conditions as outlined in attachment B. So, comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you. With that, we'll take a 10-minute break, and we will come back at 10:15 with our presentation on public transportation. Thanks, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our break, and I just want to go back in time for about a few seconds here because somehow the mayor missed an email yesterday. And so as part of our council recognitions and announcements, we have another announcement that we wanted to make. So Earth Day is on Wednesday, April 22nd. As I mentioned, Chestermere Lake Middle School is going to be doing a school community cleanup. And so they are going to be looking at that. And so council might be finding a way to participate, but we're just not sure because we have a budget meeting that day. However, what we are going to be doing is we are extending this now community-wide, so citywide. So citywide, we're extending this. You may recall that we did a version of this last year. We're going to be doing a version of it again this year. All of this information is on our website. And so the city will be turning off the exterior building lights on April 22nd and encouraging residents to do the same as part of this year's theme, which is Our Power, Our Planet. The city will have cleanup materials available at City Hall. Community groups or individual can fill out an online form to request supplies for their own cleanup event, and those logistics are being coordinated. So that is currently on our website. The city is going to promote Eco Center to help reduce littering, dumping on Earth Day, as well as the only part that has not confirmed yet is we are looking at hoping to have, in addition to garbage bins at the rec center, we're hoping to have green bins at the rec center as well. So we're trying to extend our community cleanup. You may recall last year council went out and city staff went out and cleaned up specific areas, and we had bins at the rec center for a week. We're going to be doing a similar thing, except we're broadening that. So there will be, I've just been informed, there will be information coming out on our social media channels about this as well. But if you were to go on our website right now, you will see the initial launch of this that is happening. So this is kind of being a little bit spurred on by the initiative that was taken by Chestermere Lake Middle School. And so we want to say thank you to the students and staff at the middle school for the nudge. And now the city is piggybacking off of their idea to be able to move forward with a further citywide cleanup on April 22nd with more information to come shortly. Okay, with that, moving on to other items, just a small discussion, I'm sure, today, which is going to be the transit feasibility study. This is being presented by Ms. Kathryn Doherty, Strategic Projects, and Stephen Power, Senior Transportation Planner. So I'm not sure who I'm turning this over to. I believe that Ms. Doherty is joining us online. There she is. So she's joining us online, and we have Mr. Power here in the room with us. So who am I turning this over to? There we go.
Me, please.
All right, it's all you. Good morning.
Wonderful. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Kathryn Doherty. I'm part of the Strategic Projects team and Community Growth and Infrastructure here at the City of Chestermere. While I'm presenting to you today remotely, I am joined in person in Council Chambers by Stephen Power, a consultant from EXP, as well as Thomas Casey, a consultant from Dillon, who worked on our transportation feasibility study. So I'm going to give a high-level overview of the background. I'll pass it over to Stephen and Thomas to do the presentation, and then at the end, we'll provide our recommendations to Council. At any point throughout the presentation, if there's questions or comments from Council or the Mayor, please feel free to ask them as we go. So Chestermere's transit history is very recent compared to other larger urban centers within Alberta. We have relied primarily on the extension of the Calgary Max Purple line, which provides peak period commuter services. That line is successful for commuters, but it does not address any local mobility needs around the city of Chestermere. That service was launched in August 2021. Following council direction from our July 14, 2025 transit workshop and subsequent motions, administration completed the transit feasibility study to evaluate service models capable of closing the gap. Our study focused on three major outcomes. The first, informed decision making. We wanted to provide council with comprehensive data and analysis to make strategic directions and decisions regarding future funding of transit services. I wanted to identify the needs, determine specific travel patterns for residents commuting to Calgary versus those needing local connectivity around our city. And lastly, we wanted to do an evaluation of the different models. various services, including fixed route, on-demand, or a hybrid system. We also wanted to compare Chestermere with similar Alberta municipalities. So with that knowledge and those guiding principles, I'm going to hand it over to Stephen to do the presentation in person for all of you.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to quickly introduce Thomas. Kathryn introduced him, but Thomas is from Dillon Consulting, our partner on this. I wanted to point out one of the reasons we went with a partner on this. We have a lot of history in the transit side for Chestermere. I've got history that goes back 15 years. And part of that is I wanted to make sure that, one, we were getting some really good advice. Dillon does a lot of transit work across the country, but also I wanted to make sure that some of that history wasn't clouding things. I wanted to make sure that we had sort of a different perspective on it, not just ours, so that we were getting the right thing, not just trying to regurgitate everything I've come to you in the past about. So with that, I've got a lot of slides here. I will warn you there are a lot of numbers. I promise I'm not going to read every single number, but this way you got them in your package. And if we need to refer to the numbers in the background, how we got to the final numbers as we go through the presentation, it's there. So we'll talk a little bit about the guiding principles, the history. Kathryn talked a little bit about that already. Talk about the engagement, an important piece of this project, what the service options are, the scenarios that we looked at, and then really getting into what the recommendations are and what steps come next if you decide to go forward. So starting off with some guiding principles. We developed these following the engagement, but they were sort of some of the main principles that we wanted as we started to put things together. One, we wanted a system that was integrated, one that is integrated with the regional transit, integrated with your active transportation network, integrated with how your community grows. We want something that was truly giving transportation choice to be, to help support sustainability goals. We wanted something that's accessible to everybody, and that's not just the accessibility from the context of those with mobility issues, but really just so everybody in the community can get to a transit service. We want something that's efficient and affordable, balancing the service level and your financial resources and that sort of thing. Scalable is really important in this community. You're growing so fast that we need something that, that works today, but can also be scaled to work tomorrow, and maybe literally tomorrow in some cases. It's growing at the pace that you're growing at. And finally, something that's convenient, it's easy to use, it's reliable, and it gives the service to the people in the community that the people in the community are looking for. So a little historical context. You've heard this before, but it doesn't hurt to take you back through it again. That is not what that slide was going to look like. We'll just start. 1910. In the 1910s, as I workshop last year, I mentioned to you, there were actually plans to build a streetcar from Calgary to Chestermere, and it actually started construction. Nothing happened again until the 1980s when the handy bus got introduced. With the handy bus, you then had a service for those who needed, specialized services going forward. Nothing again took another 20. That was 80. Sorry. In another 20 years, around 2000 or so, you started to see some private operators providing service here. Moved to 2014, first time we start talking about transit in Chestermere with the Chestermere Boulevard plan, where we actually said, let's put a BRT, let's plan for BRT. We didn't even have a transit service at the time, but let's be forward-looking and get to that point. Move forward another few years, Transportation Master Plan actually introduced the notion of starting to protect and plan for transit in Chestermere. So that was the first real policy within the city that said, hey, we need to start talking about transit. That came to be in 2020 when there's a transit feasibility study done that led to the introduction of the transit, the Max Purple service, peak hour service that you have now in 2021. 2024, that service was extended, and that takes us to where we are today, which is with the extension of the feasibility study for a broader transit service in Chestermere.
So the speed of government on this was 110 years.
Yeah.
Good.
Well, actually, it was partially built. So,
okay. Sorry.
It moved very fast back then, and maybe not so fast now. Although the last few years it moved pretty quickly. So, as I said, one thing that hasn't happened in the past is the engagement side, and I think that was an issue that you have all raised in the past. So that was one thing we wanted to make sure we got out and we talked to folks. So there were several stakeholder presentations with different groups, Probably the big in-person one was the open house we had at the Recreation Center. Had about 60 people show up in person. We also did an online questionnaire, not a formal survey, but a questionnaire, a little more open-ended in the questions and trying to get a broader range of input than a statistical survey. But we got 564 responses, which is really quite good. And then the in-person attendees were also invited to fill out the questionnaire either on paper or online, and we fed them into the, they did it on paper, we fed them into the online. Over there. So generally what we heard was there's support for a local transit service. And certainly the people commuting into Calgary and those who didn't have access to a vehicle were the ones who most commonly said they supported a transit service. But that general support went wider than that. Some of the priorities, connections to Calgary, coverage through Chestermere. They want high frequency, full operating hours. They want to see more than the peak hour service we've got now, but also wanted to make sure that there is an early morning and afternoon service to maintain that commuting side of it. Destinations are probably not a great surprise. Key destinations in Chestermere, but also in Calgary. Were some concerns, of course. The financial implications, the tax implications come with it. And we had a few people noted access to Chestermere by undesirables. There is no evidence to support that would happen. And honestly, an undesirable could get in a bus today and come out to Chestermere. And you can define undesirable however you like, but anybody could get on the bus and come to Chestermere now or ride a bike out or whatever. So those themes. And they're well aligned with the guiding principles because the themes came before the guiding principles. So, but people want to see something that's practical, financially responsible. They want to see that integration with Calgary, so not just a local service. They want something that's reliable, and they want to be able to support local travel and regional travel. So I think that's sort of kind of where we went forward with. So looking at the transit service options, there's really three key areas we look at when we start looking at transit service. One is the actual service, how you plan your trip, how you're going to catch the bus. And really there's two key types here. One is a fixed route service, which most of Calgary Transit is a fixed route, or there's an on-demand service like we have out in Cochrane. And we've talked lots in the past around these different types of services, or there's a hybrid. And all of these could be a mix of both things. There is the delivery. This is how the city operates the system. It could be city operated like Calgary Transit, which is a department of the city of Calgary. It could be a third-party operator like we see in most of the other communities around Calgary, where Pacific Western Transportation, for example, or VIA, or one of these other private operators. In the context of what we're talking about, really, the service you have today, even though it's Calgary Transit running it, it really is essentially a third-party operator. You're contracting with the city of Calgary to operate your system for you. Okay, the third key area is the connectivity. This is where the bus takes you, or the kind of service it is. So you have a regional commuter service, which is what your Max Purple is today. Airdrie Ice is a similar kind of service. It's really taking you from point A to point B in peak periods. Or the Max Purple that you have today. The other kind then is a local service, and that's serving local destinations, a little more focus on covering a larger area, probably going to be lower frequency. Most of your local routes in Airdrie or Calgary are really local service type connectivity. So then we moved into creating some scenarios. And these scenarios are not necessarily recommendations, but they're scenarios that we work with to be able to provide a comparison between two things. And in many cases, we try to hold some variables constant so that we can get as much of an apples to apples comparison as we can pull out. Starting off, we took a look at the municipalities in Alberta. So this is every municipality in Alberta with a population of more than 30,000, which you now fall into. It's interesting to note that every municipality, except for one, Rocky County, has a transit service. Every municipality has a hybrid transit service, meaning it's a combination of on-demand and fixed route. I will note that Cochrane and Okotoks have only become hybrid systems in the last year or so. When they've gone from on-demand, they've now added fixed routes. Fort McMurray just recently added on-demand to their fixed route system. So when we first made this map, it had a couple of different colors on it. It's now all one. So essentially, putting Rocky View County aside, every municipality in Alberta with a population of 30,000 or more runs a hybrid transit system of some sort. So not surprising. One of those options is a hybrid. We did look at 3 core scenarios, and we had scenario 2, which we have 2 variations on. Well, I'll explain a little bit more. But so scenario 1 is a fixed route only, so a couple of fixed routes. Scenario 2 was an on-demand service only, and scenario 3 is a hybrid. We put the 2 together. And as I said, these aren't proposals. They're really used to compare it. Our final recommendations really are refinements or combinations of scenarios. So scenario 1 is fixed route. We're suggesting it could be 2 routes, and it's not coincidence that both of those routes are roughly the same length. That's by design, so that they can meet and properly have transfers and that sort of thing. So one route would be a local route that does a loop within. First route is the connection to East Hills from the city center. And it's about 12 kilometers with 24 minutes of travel time and 6 minutes of what we call recovery. So that's at the end of the route, the time for the driver to go to the washroom, or if they're running behind, they can catch the schedule up, that sort of thing. That's not a lot of time. And that suggests that we don't have a lot of room to say, oh, what if we also served this area? Well, once you get over that half hour, right, you're no longer able to make things connect well or get a regular schedule. What this does is, with each of these being a half hour in one direction, it means you get service every hour because you go out and you go back. So the loop we're suggesting would loop in one direction, get to the end, then turn around and go the other direction. That way, you can choose whether or not you want to take the short way to your destination or the long way to your destination. But it effectively gives a 60-minute service on both of these routes, and the timing would have the routes meet at the city center hub to facilitate transfers. So, taking a look at it, this is what this looks like. So the black one is the fixed route, and the orange is the loop. And you can see not every part of Chestermere can be served. And again, we need to keep the one-way runs inside that half hour, inside that 30 minutes, in order to get some sort of a regular service. I'm not going to go through the routes in detail. We can talk about it a bit later. And by the way, you can modify the routes as long as you don't make them longer. Scenario 2A. So scenario 2 is on-demand. 2A is with 2 zones. 2B is with 3 zones. In this case, you'd have 2 zones, 1 vehicle serving each zone. The last one we had 2 routes, 1 vehicle serving each route. We've assumed the same number of service hours in both scenarios, that they'd operate the same number of hours a day. It's just the type of service they give is going to be different. The way this would work in an on-demand scenario is you could travel between 2 points within a zone. So zone 1 can travel to zone 1. If you wanted to travel from zone 1 to zone 2, you would then go to one of 4 hubs and transfer. But both of those vehicles would service all 4 hubs. It's likely that in time you'd probably drop one of the 2 going out to East Hills, just because they'd be capacity constrained. I will point out that on-demand is pretty low capacity. So it's some of the issues, and we talked about this at the workshop last year around some of the issues you heard about in some of the other communities with the on-demand, and that was just getting the capacity was getting to be, they were getting over capacity, more demand than capacity, and so you weren't able to get bookings and that sort of thing. So we've taken some of that into account here. So things like I said, you can make some adjustments to these so that you can maintain that capacity. But either route then takes you to the hubs. So basically, these are suggested zones. They're approximate. The nice thing about working with the on-demand system is, unlike a fixed route, which by definition is fixed, it's hard to make changes to the route. And you can change it, but it causes problems. Here, you want to expand the zone, water bridge gets built, move your line out, and they're in, right? Or you get more development in clear waters, move the line out. The only thing you have to watch then is, if your zone's starting getting too big, it means that vehicle's traveling further and further to serve more people, and they can't make the time within that half hour to get back to their hubs in the right time. Yes.
Sorry, that's what Calgary does when they establish a new neighborhood, do they not? They utilize an on-demand for a new neighborhood, and then as the capacity increases, then they move more to the fixed route, right? I think that's what Calgary does with their system. It's exactly what you're describing.
Yeah, that's right. So this scenario is kind of the Cochrane scenario, where they started out with an on-demand only, and as did Okotoks. and this could be an option as you start off this way. And this is structured not that differently than those other communities. But you're right, Calgary uses it as a way to introduce, as does Edmonton. 2B, really we developed this one later. And I say we, I mean Thomas and his team at Dillon. They went back and did the ridership forecasts and realized that when you get to the high estimate of ridership, 2A doesn't have enough capacity to support it. So they said, if you start getting enough demand, we better have something in our pockets and know what that looks like. So, it's rare in an on-demand system that you're going to get more than about 8 passengers per hour, per revenue hour. So it doesn't sound like a lot, and it's not a lot, but it's, through the day, that's probably not terribly bad. But if you start getting, your ridership starts to grow, you may get beyond that. And we don't want to be in the situation where, you start running out of capacity like the situation they had in Cochrane. So better to prepare for it. So the idea was to have a scenario where you add a third zone, which looks a lot like the previous example of 2 zones, but just 1 zone overlay. And the idea was the third zone would operate during those high demand periods, weekdays, and during the daytime, weekends and evenings, you go back to 2 zones. So it looks kind of like this. So the orangish color, darker orange is really what the zone 1 looked like before. The blue is kind of what the zone 2 looked like before, and then there'd be an overlay in this yellow that would be the third zone that would come into play during the higher demand hours. And it works exactly the same way as the 2-zone system. Each vehicle serves each of the hubs. You make transfers at the hubs between the two. And all that you do is really, once you get to the evenings, that third zone comes off and it operates like the previous, the 2-zone system. Of course, this is more vehicle hours. It's a third vehicle, and it's going to cost a bit more. Third one is the hybrid, so the mixture of a fixed route and on-demand. So for the scenario, we looked at a single fixed route and a single on-demand zone. So it ends up having the same number of service hours as options 1 and 2A. So again, being able to just compare things as equally as possible. So we looked at a combination of a fixed route between City Centre, East Hills, slightly different route than I showed you in scenario 1. That's because we don't have that loop orange covering everything. And then the on-demand service is the rest of the developed area of Chestermere. And again, that zone will grow as Chestermere grows, and it'll grow to a point that at some point you'll probably have to add a second one. This fixed route is 26 minutes, so even more constrained. The other one was 24 minutes, so there's only 4 minutes recovery. So there really isn't any opportunity to say, hey, could we just jut over there and grab these guys? We're really at the limits of what you can do with the fixed route. The on-demand, again, is a single zone, single vehicle. And again, the connections would be to the on-demand, within the on-demand zone or the hubs. So in this case, what it looks like, we would have one zone, which is the fixed route zone. And so it wouldn't be served by the on-demand except at the hubs. And the rest of the developed part of the city would be served by the on-demand. And really, it gives you, in many ways, it gives you the best of both worlds. You get that sort of regularity and that reliability and capacity that you get out of a fixed route, but it also gives you that ability to cover the entire community with the on-demand. So we took a look at a number of different metrics. We used 3 Edmonton area municipalities, and I'm sure you could ask why we didn't use Calgary area municipalities. The main reason being that Okotoks and Cochrane are so new into their journeys, and Airdrie probably would skew this a little bit high. They're just a little further along. So these 3 municipalities actually were probably the best proxies we could find for Chestermere in the Alberta context. And so really what we're doing here is trying to sort of get some metrics that we can use, that we can pull from to help forecast what might happen in Chestermere. You can see that the average ridership per service hour is about just under 7. And we use this ridership per service hour and the ridership per capita to get that sort of range of ridership numbers that we would work with. And you can see that they're spending operating costs in the order of just under $2.5 million, with revenues coming in at about $400,000. So they're spending a bit of money in these communities. And the revenue to cost ratio, you'll hear me reference that number a fair bit, is 17%. And that's really what that is. It's What are you getting out of the fare box? It's not a fare box anymore. It's out of your, it's what are you getting from fares to offset your costs? And they're only getting about 17%. If you recall, the current max purple is around 30%. Keep in mind, though, the current max purple is really grabbing the low-hanging fruit. Yes.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Question through yourself, through administration, to you, Mr. Power. I'm sure this question has come up a number of times. If not, I've asked it in the past. While these are all kind of hybrid models, is there a model that is similar in geography, like Edmonton and its surrounding area? Because those borders are not so clear as they are between us and the city of Calgary, and what their hybrid model looks like, whether it's St. Albert, Spruce Grove, Sherwood Park, Leduc, but those first two cities or towns are, they have their own transit service, and they have a similar Max Purple kind of model where they're bringing passengers to and from different municipalities. So my question is, what does their financial model look like compared to these? Because Fort Saskatchewan, Spruce Grove, and Leduc are relatively further away than the city of Edmonton as compared to like Sherwood Park or St. Albert, who have had transit service for many, many years.
I don't have the numbers for Sherwood Park right at my fingertips, unless you do, Thomas. But
I can bring them up.
But maybe you dig up while I keep talking. But while the Duke and Fort Saskatchewan are a little bit further out, their characteristics are not wildly different. They do exhibit a lot of the same sorts of things. Sherwood Park are in the Strathcona County. They're much further along in their transit journey. They have had this going on for a long time. They're well established. And I think much like the Airdrie situation, they would probably skew your numbers a little bit high and put you in a situation that would probably make you be a little over ambitious. I think we want to be realistic around this. I don't want to overestimate ridership. You're right. They have a number of regional routes. They have well-developed local systems. And I think if we were to use them as proxies to take numbers from, we'd end up with ridership numbers that are probably higher than we can expect to get. We'd love to be at a point where we can start to be in those kinds of numbers, but I think initially we want to be using, a little bit more modest ridership forecasts. So I think these, Leduc and Fort Saskatchewan in particular are probably better proxies to get, to make sure we're getting a reasonable ridership estimate, not something that's too high. You don't want to start, spending more money than you need to because you shot for the moon a little too hard.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Yeah, let me clarify my question. That's great. That's good food for thought. Is there an example where the hub, such as the city of Edmonton, is providing that service to those neighboring communities instead of an independent hybrid-based service? And what does that cost model look like versus an independent hybrid?
I'll put this one to you.
There are some. I think Fort Saskatchewan on here is actually an interesting example in that Strathcona County runs the service from Strathcona County up into Fort Saskatchewan. But probably those ones where they are actually adjoining, like St. Albert, where there are actually buses very close around that border, and obviously in other parts of the country too, like in Ontario where we have borders right up against each other. We have buses from both sides crossing over. But in terms of a dedicated regional kind of service like you have in Airdrie and that kind of thing in Strathcona County, it's usually the outer agency that runs the service in. It's less common that they contract to the larger service to come out to them.
So then we won't have a reasonable understanding of what that cost model would look like, because it really doesn't exist.
It's uncommon, and usually the outer agency probably has a cost benefit, and that's often why it's worked out that the outer agency is the one providing the service. The large legacy agencies often have a relatively high cost base, and if you're coming from a position of not having transit, you have more options to potentially contract out or do something potentially without legacy costs involved that a traditional transit system does. So it sort of ends up that way often because it usually is the cheaper way to go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I think when we get to the Calgary proposal towards the end of the presentation, we can highlight some of that for you. Yeah.
These revenue numbers,
Yeah.
I understand, are based for sure on the FAIR app. But do they also include things like sponsorship, advertising?
Yeah.
Do those revenue numbers also
They are.
reflect that?
Those are pretty small in most systems. The fare box is your biggest virtual fare box, however you want to put it, is your biggest revenue source. So yes, it's an all-in cost, all-in revenue.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Thank you for the presentation. For any of the on-demand scenarios, is this presupposing where exactly folks are getting picked up and dropped off? Because I know there's different options. They can either be picked up at the door, dropped off at the door at designated spots. What are we supposing here?
Yeah, we have assumed that these are virtual stops. So much like the Cochrane situation, there wouldn't be a door-to-door service. It would be a stop-to-stop. So there would be a number of virtual stops established throughout the community. It helps that capacity. As soon as you start going door-to-door, you're just going that much further into cul-de-sacs and places they can't get around and all that sort of thing. That we're very aware of that capacity thing, and you don't want to burn out any more capacity than you have to. So it would be virtual stops, but there would be lots of them, I think, is the best answer to that.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you again. Thank you. That's helpful clarification. My other question is for the on-demand service, what kind of assurances or expectations would we, how do I word that? I'm going to give you a specific scenario. So I can imagine that a lot of parents who used to have busing who now no longer have busing would be interested in on-demand to get their kids to school. So what I'm wondering is, in terms of capacity, in terms of, what if parents started using that as a way to get their slightly older kids to school, what kind of expectations could they have for how long it would take to be picked up, to get to the school, that kind of thing?
So again, the intent is to work an hourly service, right? So it would be, once you book, you would get an estimate of the time. They'd certainly want all their trips done within an hour, all the pickup drop off done within an hour. So you're basically, and so you've connected at the hubs to make sure you connect to that fixed link. So it is sort of an hourly kind of thing. The challenge one of the challenges of an on-demand service is it's not as reliable as a fixed route. So one day, yes, it could be 10 minutes. The next day, it could be 18 minutes. It just depends on how much demand there is. And as that demand for service grows, you start getting a little bit less reliable. And I think that's part of the reason we put that scenario 2B in, was to basically say, as your demand grows, be ready for it. Don't get caught where you can't rely on getting a booking on that bus. So I would say that on-demand services are great for giving you that coverage. They're great for giving you good accessibility, but where they fall apart a little bit is on the reliability side. So you won't be able to say it's going to be exactly 8:10 they're going to pick my kid up and drop them off at exactly 8:23 every day. It's going to be variable within that hour. So it isn't the strongest for that. But you're trading off things, right? The fixed route service, and I'm going to show you a slide in a moment that shows you one of the downsides of fixed route only. You get the reliability and you get capacity, but you don't get very good coverage. So it's those trade-offs. Yeah.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair to our presenter, actually, Councillor Sambo, that's a very interesting thought you brought up about schools and buses. And I haven't lived in Calgary, but I would assume that Calgary uses their public transit system to bus their kids to school. Is that a correct assumption?
Not completely. There is school busing in Calgary.
Is it public school busing or like the private schools bus?
I'm pretty sure there's some public. I'm not sure.
Okay.
To be honest.
Sure. So I guess my...
Can I clarify what you're asking?
Yep.
Are you, because I might be going back to my former teacher world here.
Yep.
So are you asking, does Calgary Board of Education provide busing for Calgary Board of Education students?
Correct.
That they do.
For all, or there's public student buses?
For all, it's not for every kid. It'd be similar to
outside the area.
School. Yeah, what Rockview School does. If you live outside that area, there's busing that is available, and then there's kids that take, especially at the high school level, right? So I have to be careful just because my own context, because I only taught high school basically. There's lots of high school kids that take public transit to do that, right?
Just because it's going. at a convenient time for them.
Correct.
Okay.
Like especially those kids that are in extracurricular for high school,
Yeah.
right? So the kids that are in extracurricular, they don't have a car, and mom and dad can't come get them, right? So a lot of the kids that I taught, for example, because the extracurricular programs, right? So the football kids, right? So
Yeah.
the football guys would finish practice,
Buses
right?
go.
And then a bunch of them would just take public transit home.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess my real question was, or my thought was, is there potential for the schools to subsidize a more fixed service that ran during school hours? And that may or may not be an option, but it popped into my mind, so I thought I'd bring it up.
It happens in some jurisdictions. I think we're getting a little deeper into the implementation. It's certainly, I can say that it's not against, there's nothing that says, you couldn't explore it. And as I said, there are definitely jurisdictions that do that. But I would say that, certainly your initial system isn't going to replace school busing. Good. All right, so for the purpose of evaluating the scenarios, and again, very clear, for the purpose of evaluating the scenarios, not the actual times, I don't think this is far off. We said, weekdays, full day service right into the evenings, Saturdays ending a little bit earlier, and Sundays, again, a little bit more contracted still. And again, when you get to the preferred scenario, we can expand or contract these hours as necessary. Lots of numbers here. I'm not going to read through all of them. A few things to highlight. Again, we're talking about that 60-minute headway. Okay, so the time between buses is every 60 minutes, and it's based on sort of a half hour each direction. The cost we've assumed is $90 per service hour, and I will come back to the discussion around the difference between Calgary and what you can get from a private operator. Absolutely, and we'll talk about that towards the end. This 85% on-demand ridership adjustment, that was really just an adjustment put in for the high demand estimate of ridership, recognizing that they're capacity constrained. So we knocked the capacity down a little bit on that particular scenario because of the capacity constraints.
Councillor Sambo?
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship. Question through you. I promise this is not sass. This is a real question. There are certain times a day where the trip to East Hills is going to be twice as long. So do you modify the route at that time, or do you just accept that you're going to miss a whole route?
We may, I think until there's upgrades done to 17th Avenue and Chestermere Boulevard, there's probably going to have to be some misses. You're right. There are times when that is really clogged up. However, there's work actively being done to 4-lane that section through Chestermere. Mm-hmm. And I don't think Calgary's going to be that far behind, to be honest. So I think it's, it may be that we initially do the schedules so then the peak hours, maybe there needs to be another run in there, another bus in there. Getting into some of the fine details at this point, but it is a fair point. And that's when you start doing the actual scheduling on the implementation, you start looking at that sort of thing. Yeah. Cool. In terms of the buses, when we talk about $90 an hour, the one on the left isn't $90 an hour, but it's just an illustration of the kind of bus we're talking about. We're talking about the community shuttle style of bus. Ideally low floor, so they're accessible. But smaller buses, not full-size buses that you see running on the Max Purple right now. Okay, again, lots of numbers. I'm not going to talk about all of them. Certainly we can come back and look at some of these. Probably the big thing here is when we start looking at the annual operating costs, we've made an assumption that scenarios 1, 2A, and 3 all have the same number of operating hours, have the same cost per service hour, and come out to about $1 million a year to run. When you add one more bus for that peak period, you're now into about 1.3 million a year. So really it comes down, the main variable here is cost per service hour. Even when you contract this out, you'll probably be getting a price per service hour. Rather than if you run it as your own department, you're starting to do that breakdown of every little thing, maintenance and fuel and driver and everything else. Most of the time when you work this through a private operator, you come down to a service hour cost. And that's kind of in the transit industry, that's kind of the main variable they use. Calgary provides service to you right now on a per service hour basis. The same thing. So estimates. We did a low estimate and a high estimate. And hopefully what we're really talking about is initial versus once the service builds a bit. Scenarios 1, 2A, and 3, we're looking at about 77,000, just under 77,000 riders per year. When you add some more service hours on scenario 3 and scenario 2B, we think you get a bit more. However, we probably wouldn't do scenario 2B in the low estimate because we actually have enough capacity with 2A. It's when you get to the higher estimate that 2B is actually required. When you look at the high estimate, those numbers come up a bit. And again, it's just really how we've calculated the ridership. The previous one, we did it on a ridership per service hour. We looked at those peer systems and said, what are they getting per service hour? This one, we looked at what are they getting per capita and applied that to Chestermere. So we jump up to about 111,000, 112,000 passengers a year. And again, this may be what we're building to in the medium term as opposed to, an estimate we start with. So the overall cost and revenue estimates, I'll take you straight to the revenue cost ratio line because I think that's an important one. There's probably two lines here that are really important, both of these. So what we're seeing in the low, the low ridership is you're looking at about 0.22, which is a bit better than the peer systems are getting. And I think you can do better in part because of what you asked about before, the distance to the main city and that sort of thing. We can probably do a little bit better than them. And in the high estimates, we're getting up in that 0.33 range where, you're getting a third of it back and third of your cost back in revenue, which is pretty good for a small community system. There's some differences between the scenarios, but what you're really looking at is in the low, the low ridership scenario for scenarios 1, 2A, and 3, which is really the only ones you truly consider there anyways, you're looking at about $790,000 a year net cost. So that's how you take the revenue off. So that would be what the cost of the city is. So just under $800,000 a year to operate this level of transit system. That number goes down, of course, when you start moving into the high ridership. As you get more ridership, same cost, you get more revenue, and your net operating cost goes down. Of course, until you have to add capacity to deal with the extra demand. So we did a little bit of a high-level assessment, looking at the various factors: reliability, productivity, flexibility, and operating costs. And the fixed route only does pretty well, except in flexibility. And the hybrid scenario does pretty well, and does a little bit better on flexibility than the fixed route. And as you imagine, one of the things you get out of the on-demand portion is that flexibility and coverage, but you lose a little bit in the reliability. So we're actually recommending that the hybrid is probably the best combination of them all. You get the best of both worlds. You give up a little bit because of it in terms of that, the reliability portion we talked about before, but you do get that coverage and I've heard it when I've been here before, real concerns about parts of the city not getting service. This allows you to give the entire developed parts of the city service while also getting you a degree of that certainty and reliability that comes with a fixed route service. So why not just go to 2 fixed routes? This is the big reason. So this map shows 600-meter walking distances. They are actually walking distances to an assumed set of bus stops that are about the space that you would have. And anywhere that's not blue wouldn't have service. And this is really the big part of the reason. We take that principle we talked about the adaptability and the ability to grow. It's not there without adding a whole other route or 2 routes to get there. And it really doesn't give us that. There's parts of the city that are left completely without, because outside of 600 meters, you're starting to get outside that walk distance to a practical walk distance to stop. That City Calgary uses 600. It's about between a 5 and 10 minute walk. So you're really getting outside of that. So you've got, not only do you have areas of the city that are developed today that don't have service, the ability to service those growth areas that are growing rapidly also disappears. So this is, as much as it looks good on paper, the fixed route probably is, I wouldn't recommend it as your first step because it just doesn't give you that coverage that we've been hearing that people want. So you go back to those three elements we talked about. One, the connectivity. With the hybrid, you get the local focus, but you still get that regional connection to East Hills. It's not quite the same directness that you have today, but it's not bad, and you get it all day. On the service type, again, the hybrid recommendation, we're looking at the single fixed route, single on demand. So it's the two types of service in there, gives you that combination of both some reliability and some flexibility. And it's a 2-vehicle operation. And on the third one, we're suggesting that ideally you'd be looking at a third party. I think it would be an awful lot of work and awful lot of risk for Chestermere to try to set up its own transit department. Probably not where you want to be going, particularly in the early days. So we went back, took a little alignment with the guiding principles we set up. So we get the locally focused service with the connection. We get the integration. By having an all-day, all-week service, we get that modal choice that people can then have and move to sustainable modes. It'll be accessible to all residents. It doesn't replace the Rocky View Handy Bus, but it reduces the need for it. There's still going to be some specialized services that the Rocky View Handy Bus would serve, but there's a whole lot of people that use, well, not a whole, there's not a ton of people who use it anyways, but there's a number of people that will be able to use conventional transit in this case that are using the Handy Bus now. It's got a reasonable balance between costs and revenues and your ability to deliver service. It is certainly scalable, particularly on the on-demand side. It gets that scalable piece to it, and we get that convenience that we can get a regular route. You're getting hourly service, which is and something all day, which is far better than you have today. So a few things to think about on implementation. So we're looking at possibly initial service that would be a hybrid, and we're suggesting perhaps we look at it from initially the fixed route would be a daytime and weekday service, and go to a single zone on demand for evenings and weekends. That would bring your cost down a little bit until ridership grows. The next step is ridership builds. You could then extend your fixed route service to all day, weekends and evenings, and then operate as the scenario we showed as the hybrid. And we're showing this initially operating under low ridership estimates, ideally with it growing to the high ridership estimate over a period of time. That would then bring your cost down, and your revenue to cost ratio improves over that time. So we're saying kind of within 5 years would be the goal on that. Now, very last minute, and since we presented to the executive leadership team, Calgary came back with a proposal. They've been talking about it, but we haven't seen anything hard, and they've come back with a proposal. They are looking to transition away from Max Purple, and I think that's fairly well known. And they would like to introduce a community shuttle model to serve Belvedere and Chestermere as Route 106. It would, if we sort of built it into our model, you'd be looking at basically having Calgary run that fixed route service. Their cost per service hour is $154 an hour, so quite a bit more than the $90 an hour, but it would be shared with Calgary. So we'd only be paying for the portion of that route and the time that route travels through Chestermere. The assumption is about half. So I think for doing quick and dirty numbers, it's we're looking at something that was $77 an hour. So it actually comes out less than the 90, but the route may be a little longer, and it may be we have to shorten the portion in Chestermere because it's also going to serve Belvedere. It's not just going to run straight up 17th Avenue. They're proposing a half-hour service. We were proposing an hourly service, so it's a bit different than our proposal. And there's still some details that have to be worked out around the routing, within Belvedere and how that would affect the routing within Chestermere. So there's still some things to be done. And then any area removed from the fixed route would become part of the on-demand zone within Chestermere. We'd probably have to shorten up the fixed route portion in Chestermere if we went with this proposal. So this is Calgary's proposal in terms of implementation. They're looking at initially running with a community shuttle. Hours slightly offset from what we were using in our scenarios, so it doesn't matter too much, a little bit less, but not too bad. To get half-hour service, they need to have 2 vehicles on that fixed route instead of 1. Our share of the cost would be just under $600,000 a year based on that $77 dollars per service hour. Step 2 would then extend the service and add weekends. So much like we were talking about in our initial service, they were going deeper into the evening. Initially, we're saying, well, okay, an extra hour. Same principle. They'd add evenings and weekends later on as a second. You're getting up to $950,000 a year for that fixed route portion. Step 3, as ridership builds further and further, they probably convert to a full-size bus. Your cost per service hour then goes up because you're operating on a different type of vehicle. And then step 4, they'd be looking at service that's very comparable, full day service, pretty much till midnight, from early morning till midnight. So only a few hours of the day that you don't have service. Again, their proposal, nothing's been agreed to, and certainly it becomes an option. It could be that Calgary, with this particular approach, Calgary becomes the service provider for your fixed route service. There has not been any discussion about, is it possible to run it hourly and then cut that piece out? There hasn't been that discussion yet. And again, this has come in, very, very recently. So there has been an opportunity to have much discussion. Yes.
Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Powers. By the way, I'm just loving your presentation. Very comprehensive. Quick question. So I see what triggers step 3 after 2, and that's the demand. However, what triggers a step 2 after 1?
It's really demand again. It's just as you start getting further, you've built enough ridership to justify that later service, then they would move to there. It doesn't mean Chestermere necessarily has to go along for that ride. They could say, you know what, 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock is good enough for us, and you run your last few runs, to the city of Calgary boundary and be done with it. So that's an option.
Yeah, and especially I was thinking about the weekend. Does that also get triggered by, ridership, but then how do they know that there's now demand for ridership during the weekend? Why not? Why is it that they're not included in step 1?
Yeah, oftentimes you'll do the step 1, just keep your costs down initially. It's a bit like growing it out from where the highest demand is. We know the highest demand, 1 is peak hours. You now have that service. The next highest demand is daytime. So you start going with that. And it's just growing your service as that demand grows and as you have the ability to pay. Really what it comes down to is it's cost. You could go right to step 4 on this and offer those hours. It's just cost you money. So I think it's, as far as a trigger, it kind of gets to a point when you start hearing from residents, your buses are starting to fill up. You start hearing people going, geez, I missed the last bus again. That's when you start going, well, maybe we need to stretch it an hour. And they aren't necessarily all at once. Sometimes it is just a couple hours here and there that you're adding in service hours on a daily basis. So it just goes incrementally as you get there. Yeah.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question through you. When is Calgary looking for an answer back on that? And are we being asked to evaluate that proposal today, or is this an FYI?
No, this is information.
Great.
There's definitely time. They
Thank
could
you.
presumably go and implement Route 106 and just serves Belvedere while we make a decision. But they are looking at it. They haven't told us exactly when they need an answer, so I can't say. But I know that this is not something they're looking at 2 years out. This is probably end of this year that they'd like to see that service change.
So they could implement, if they did that,
Yeah.
would that then take away the Max Purple?
Yeah, at some point they want the Max Purple in its current form gone. They extended it because we were doing this study, and basically we bought ourselves, I believe, was an extra year. I think it was 1 year.
Okay.
So we could get this done and figure out what Chestermere wants before we move forward. And this is what Calgary's come back with as the alternative.
Thank you. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and through you to you, Mr. Power. Looking in this model, I like the idea of the cost being shared. I like the idea of it being lower than $90 an hour, but my cost doesn't surround the operating model. It's around the capital model. If the City of Calgary provides this service, whatever that looks like, whether it's step 1, 2, 3, and whatever the routes look like, because those are questions, would they then be responsible for the maintenance, the cost of the vehicles, all of that? And if we chose to go to a hybrid model, I know we could look at outsourcing that not only ourselves here to a third party, or we could do it internally. But then if we did it internally, we'd have to buy and own all those assets. Is that correct?
Yeah. So our recommendation is you look at outsourcing regardless. One of the outsourcing models could be that Calgary runs your fixed route, and then you outsource the on-demand, or you could outsource both. And you could outsource them independently. You could outsource fixed route to one organization and on-demand to another, or you could source out to both the same thing. And we haven't gotten into depth on the procurement, and part of it is dealing with this, I think. But sort of the feasibility study really takes us as far as, okay, what's this whole thing look like? Implementation is a whole other ball of wax, right? So,
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Just to Mr. Power, I know Calgary runs their own on-demand within Calgary. Did they give any indication of whether they'd also run our on-demand or be interested in doing our on-demand if we went that route?
We haven't gone to them with that yet. I think if we went in a partnership with the fixed route, it would be worth having that conversation. It took a long time to get this information, so I think, we're now in a better position to go back to them and say, okay, hey, we know what we want, and we want to talk to you specifically about this, and now we can start to expand that conversation. I think when it was still kind of, some big question, I'm not sure that they were, I think they were a bit hesitant to give too many details as well. Yeah.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Yeah, just to follow up again to Mr. Power. So understanding the capital model as part of whether we outsource this, and we understand that the City of Calgary does outsource a lot of their on-demand as well. When they outsource to those third parties, that operating model covers the obligation of capital for that third party. Can I assume that that would be the same case whether we're working with the City of Calgary or a third party?
You want to maybe, you do a lot more with the various groups.
So yeah, if Calgary's gonna run it, their prices are gonna include all those functionalities in there.
Even a third party.
I would imagine so. You'd have to talk to them. Depending on their arrangement with the third party, they could just bring you into that arrangement, and you're technically in arrangement with that third party, and you're both outsourcing to the same person, providing the same vehicles. Or you could go through Calgary and they just have their provider do that. We've seen both models occur. I will say, if there is a version of the world where Chestermere does procure its own vehicles, that generally that's where you can get grants for those capital funds from the federal government, sometimes from the province. There's generally avenues for that. It's the operating costs that is harder to get grants for.
Okay, thank you.
I think part of the answer is there's almost anything's open. Like there's nothing that says you can't. There's all kinds of different partnership models you can work with, and you could go out to. I know some of the Edmonton area municipalities own their own buses, but have them operated individually. Others contract out to the third party who have buses, all that sort of thing. So there's different ways of dealing with it, and that's getting a little bit into the implementation, also into opportunities that might come up. Not going to spend a lot of time on this one, but basically just we compared Chestermere only to the Chestermere versus Calgary partnership. And, not surprising, because of the half-hour service, the Calgary option is more expensive. We're showing the ridership is the same as we did it based on per capita. It would probably be a little bit higher, but not a lot higher. You're still going to be in that 900 plus range, even if you get a bit more ridership. The extra half hour, you're going to generate some, but you're not going to double it, right? Just because you've got double the service through the day. Important to remember that your current funding for Max Purple and Rocky View Handy Bus comes up to about $600,000 a year. That money, not all of it, some Rocky View Handy Bus is still going to cost you something because you're not going to completely get rid of the service, but you are going to scale it back. Some of that money would be available to help fund any service. And,
Sorry, to be clear on that, I'm not saying that council would do this, but I also don't want a comment to presuppose something. Council could get rid of the Rocky View Handy Bus service if we wanted to.
Yes.
Right? So that model, that usership, whatever we do with Rocky View Handy Bus could be in conjunction with what we do, or it could be a decision could be made that because we're going to go transit this way, council could make a decision to cease that service completely.
That's
correct?
true. Or you could provide specialized service in some other way.
Sure, right. Thank you.
Good. All right. So, what does success look like? I think it's important that we sort of get there. I think what we're saying is, you get the initial ridership estimates within a year, and we get to the high ridership within 5 years. If we get to that ridership in 5 years, we think you can get a third of your operating costs covered by fare revenue or other revenue sources, but predominantly fare revenue. We have seamless regional travel, not just to Calgary, but regional travel. And our operating costs are only operating at the rate of inflation or due to planned service expansion, not because something's been missed in the whole side of things, right? So I think being successful, saying, hey, costs are under control, revenues are growing, and we're getting, an industry standard or better back in terms of revenue versus costs. So, not every question is going to get answered with a feasibility study. There's still lots to go. City of Calgary, their proposal aligns nicely with the fixed route, although it's got different frequencies, so there probably needs to be some discussion on that. And again, the cost per service hour is higher than a private operator, but because it's shared, it's probably going to be a bit less. Fare integration is something that came up in the public engagement as being important. Right now in the Max Purple, you have full fare integration. If somebody gets in, they pay their fare on the Max Purple, and they go anywhere in the Calgary system. That doesn't exist right now in Airdrie, where you take the Airdrie Ice into town, you can't just transfer to City of Calgary transit bus. They are working on that, and Thomas is in the middle of that. He's actually working on Airdrie's transit plan right now, and we do know that there is discussion, and Calgary wants to see that get there, at least at the political level, they want to see that get there. So it's not an easy discussion. It's not easy to implement. It's not just a matter of saying, hey, we're just going to accept everybody's fares now. There is a lot of work to be done with that, but it is important to the people we talk to, and if we don't have it, it's something we'd be taking away from what you have today. And we'd have to pay double fares to get into downtown Calgary. Yeah.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. My question to you, Mr. Power, again on this. I know it could be a knock for knock going in and out, but chances are there's going to be more people going from the city of Chestermere to the city of Calgary versus the other way around. So without understanding what the fare model looks like and the fare integration model, I would assume that they're going to ask for some money on this. So if you want to integrate this, it's going to cost us even more than us if we weren't working with the city of Calgary and had our own transit service with some level of fare integration with the city of Calgary.
If we're running our own service and there's no formal fare integration agreement, it means that rider gets off the bus at East Hills and pays another fare again to Calgary Transit to go downtown.
No, what I'm suggesting is even if we did have an integration, they're going to come back to Kent and council and say, give me my portion of that fare because I've just taken your body from Chestermere to downtown Calgary. Even if they don't physically give them money, they're going to want it from us somehow.
Now, I would expect that the fare integration agreement will work something like that. Right now, it doesn't.
Right now, it's you just pay.
You pay it and you go, right? And they estimate the number of boardings and lightings in Chestermere, and that's how the fare works. But you're getting a pretty good deal on that right now. So, yeah, you're right. An agreement would mean there would be something in there. But again, every service you add is going to cost something. Yeah. Cool. The last question we got in here is procurement. Is it an open RFP? Is it invites? Are we separating the fixed route and on-demand? These are all questions that need to be asked as we move forward in the implementation. But really, at this step, it's more about what's the service look like. And basically to say there's a lot of work to be done beyond a feasibility study. But at least once you have a feasibility study and you know where you're going, you can start talking about those very practical and important things that need to be the next steps to get to a service. I think that was my last one, wasn't it? Yes, it was. And that is it for me. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Here's what I'm going to suggest. Great presentation. Lots of information within there. I've been going here for just over an hour. I'm going to suggest we take a quick 10-minute break. Let council kind of collect themselves, if you will. Come back at 11:30, and then we'll have a discussion on this item up until lunchtime. So we'll take a break, come back at 11:30. Thanks, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our break, and before heading into lunch now, going to open it up to council for conversation and discussion. And I believe that what administration is looking for from the end of this is a bit of direction to go in terms of what's next. Do we stop talking about transit and we're done for a while? Do we like scenario 1, scenario 2, 2B, or 3? Where is it that we would like to start to point ourselves in terms of direction? So, starting us off here for this part of the conversation, Councillor Schindler.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and through the chair to administration, to our presenters here. Perhaps it's due to timing or something like that. I noticed Clearwater being absent from the on-demand system, and I suppose it wouldn't be that big of a deal to add them to, once we start going forward with whatever one we choose, to add them and the cost associated with them in the estimates.
Yeah, so they are there. It may have been hard to see because the background shaded a little bit where it is, but it does actually extend in. It doesn't extend all the way through Clearwater,
Okay.
and basically the idea is you just keep pushing that line out as it expands. But Clearwater would be part of that. Basically, the idea is, and that's why the map is indicative only. It would be the developed areas of Chestermere. Right.
And I'm sorry. Thank you. Just one last question. Given that Max Purple is on the slate to be removed, how much time do we have to implement something?
There's always opportunities to have discussions with the city. It was supposed to be last year. Now it's the end of this year. City of Calgary could be open to whatever discussions, but I think they'd probably want to see that Chestermere is moving in some direction. If you need a little extra time to get to an implementation, there's probably opportunity. I can't speak for them, but I think you can go back and have that discussion. But I would suspect that if there's no movement being made, they will probably pull that. That's kind of the indication they've given us. But you can have any discussion you want with the City of Calgary.
Yeah, absolutely. Councillor Schindler?
Thank you kindly. Just a quick comment on that. I know that our residents who are currently using the Max Purple service have developed a habit or a routine, and having that cut off without something in place is going to be very impactful for people in their everyday lives. So, I hope we keep that in mind as we negotiate or decide on a new system. Thanks.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and to you, the chair. I know you're trying to get some feedback here from council so we can draft some type of motion to give administration some direction. I do appreciate the presentation and the next steps, and certainly would be in support of the professionals who are presenting here and supporting a direction with scenario 3. But in addition to that, whether we go to open RFP, which our open RFP does remain aligned with our procurement policy, the City of Calgary option does seem like a feasibility. I mean, going down that path, maybe as in conjunction with an open RFP to a third party to provide this service, checks a lot of the boxes. Mm-hmm. We have already been sitting at the table with the new council and the City of Calgary, with, in addition to our regional partners, talking about regionalism. We also have fare integration that would be solved with this. They already provide us a service. They could literally provide us buses tomorrow. Obviously, some questions have to be answered. How are we going to serve within the City of Chestermere? And is that something that the City of Calgary can provide within our region, out to Centron and in and around all the communities surrounding our lake? So if I was to start thinking about what a motion would look like, yes, I think I would be in support of moving forward as soon as possible on a transit service. We'd have to look at the fare rates to see what an acceptable recovery model looks like to us, whether 17% is acceptable to council or if we want a higher recovery, especially since a lot of these fares will be going into the City of Calgary. But yeah, I think scenario 3 and looking at working with the City of Calgary and sending it to an open RFP with third parties to see what comes back to best serve our community. But the presentation was awesome. I think it's given me enough as a councillor representing our residents to help draft a motion to move forward and direct administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Ledge Services, I believe that Ms. Doherty would like to jump in with some comments.
Hello. Hopefully that's working now. Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Wonderful. We do have two recommendations coming to council. We didn't want to presuppose them before the presentation because they use some technical terminology that may not have been familiar at that time. So our recommendations that we've brought forward to council today as a result of the transit feasibility study are that council endorse a hybrid, fixed route and on-demand one-zone transit service as the preferred service model for Chestermere. And the second motion, that council direct administration to evaluate potential funding options to support the implementation of a local transit system and bring that back to future regular meeting of council. With these two motions, you will enable administration to do the work that we are now discussing on how to implement and what those further conversations with the City of Calgary look like.
Thank you. I like both those motions. I just have a question though, because to me there's something missing in one of those motions, but maybe it's just presupposed in terms of what administration would do. It sounds like there's been some recent developments with the conversations with City of Calgary with regards to this Route 106. And what I don't hear in either of those options is further exploration of either a partnership or a working with the City of Calgary or things like that. So would that be a third motion, or is that something that is presupposed in the first two motions?
It is not presupposed. I think that would be a very welcomed third motion. The first motion I feel is critical because we need to differentiate between the different service models.
Yeah.
So after portion of working with the City of Calgary on Route 106 definitely makes perfect sense and is welcomed.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, because I agree with many of the comments that were just shared by Councilor Warzanowski, and I think, in my opinion, it sounds like the two motions that were just suggested fit with what was also being suggested there by Councilor Warzanowski. However, I would like to see us draft a third motion that somehow encapsulates this City of Calgary piece, given this information and given some comments and questions that were asked throughout the presentation, even with regards to, I believe it was our CAO who asked, was there a conversation of, do they want to run or on demand as well? And so I do wonder, just even some opportunities for startup and things like that. So anyway, I'd like to see some sort of a third motion that goes along with that, but those two motions absolutely make a lot of sense to me. So with that then, are there any other general comments or questions that people have before we have those motions? And I wonder, I don't know if we have split screen technology in any way, shape or form, Ledge Services. I don't necessarily want to be rude and kick. Oh, she gone. But do we just Councillor Grant has pressed his button, so I'm going to go to Councillor Grant here in a second. Just for Council's consideration, could we? Well, look at that. Could we have those two motions that just so Council can see them just while we're having a conversation here? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. My question my point revolves around cost recovery. So I would like some sort of cost recovery or fair conversation to be included in these motions where I think we should really address the $600,000 deficit that has occurred annually by running the transportation. And if some of that onus can be put more on the actual user instead of the taxpayer, I think that'd be welcome relief. So I would like to see some sort of language that will include that aspect. Yeah.
Can we see the second motion, please?
I felt that was a good spot, but it just says no.
Thank you. Potential. So, Councillor Grant, you are speaking to the idea of what else would you? Because I think it's in this I think it's in this motion in terms of that would come back as part of and I think your comments would get captured in that, but is there specific wording that say you would add to this motion?
Yes, Mayor Dean. I think after potential funding, you could also put and cost recovery options to support. But my only concern with that is this just addresses the local service. So does that actually address the fixed route as well or not? Should it just say of a transit system, of our transit system?
Okay, so we'll come back to this. We're just playing with wording on these, and I have some other councillors that have pressed the mic as well. So you want to say after potential funding and cost recovery options.
Yeah. To support the implementation of our transit system, of Chestermere transit system, instead of local, just so that we're encompassing the regional leg as well.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So that captures Councillor Grant's. I'm sure there's going to be a lot to jumping around here, but so that captures what Councillor Grant was getting at. Thank you for this split screen. That's super helpful. Budget services. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Actually, on the same line of thinking as Councillor Grant's, I have a series of questions and more specifically considerations that I would need to have answered before I'd be comfortable voting yes to allocate funding to this, because it is a really significant cost. So I'm wondering how we can capture that, because what I'm understanding is these three motions are about continuing to investigate and bring more information back. So it might not be the right time for me to ask really detailed questions about implementation and cost recovery and all the different options like that, but I would like them also captured in some capacity. How could we do that?
Do you have an example of one of your questions?
Well, the biggest one for me is specific routes and stops, because I will probably evaluate the value of the cost based on whether I think people will actually use it. So I'd like to know about that. Operators, controls, how discounted fares work and who's managing that. If door-to-door service for seniors and those who need that kind of service, just more operational questions like that.
Okay. So in my opinion, as I've heard this today, and I would go back to administration on this, those questions would come after we have some of this information coming back from these directions. Would that be correct? And if Councillor Sambo wanted to capture some of those, would it be possible even for her to have that either via motion or just email to administration to consider these things? How could her question there be considered? Either Mr. Power or Ms. Doherty. Mr. Power?
I would say, I think you're correct that they are you're into the implementation, that you have to know what you want first before you can get into those details. I will say, when the routing for the current Max Purple came up, the stop locations was not something we just put dots on the sheet. That had to do with negotiations with property owners. There was a lot of work done to get those specific, and a lot of moving around, right? The stops are not in the place they were in the original map. Even the route changed over that implementation period. So at this point, really, the starting point is the indicative routes. We know how long they take. We know they can work. We know they can fit. Then you're getting into real details around how many stops, how much spacing you want between stops, where they exactly are. Certainly the stops be placed in locations where they're going to get the best catchment. They're well connected to the active transportation network, to the pathways that penetrate into the communities, that sort of thing. That's getting into really detailed service planning. So you wouldn't do it at this stage. You got to figure out what you want first before getting into that kind of detail. So you're absolutely right. Your questions are good ones and important ones. Next step is probably the best answer to that.
I guess it sounds to me like administration can't even get there until we do something here.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
That is correct. So what we need to, going back to the core principles of the study, was evaluating the models. We need a determination and a guidance from council of which model we want to pursue for the city, because to Councillor Sambo's wonderful questions, two fixed route service is very different than a fixed route and one on-demand service. So we need to at least figure out which direction we're going in, and then we can get to granular details. At the moment, our motions are not asking for any funding allocation. They're just asking for that direction, and then to enable us to go back and do additional work so that we can report back to you with those specific details to make a funding decision based on.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I have two questions, but I will first provide a follow-up question through you to Ms. Doherty online. These motions I feel somewhat comfortable with. However, you're asking for some level of specificity. Do we want to get into the details of the three scenarios that have been presented by Mr. Power, yourself, and the other presenter, I forgot his name? Or are these generic enough? Because my concern is, to Councillor Sandbo's point, if we're too generic, then we're going to have a whole bunch of questions and maybe not necessarily get any further down the road unless we have some idea of where we want to go now. So do we want to formalize some of these motions to support not only Councillor Grant's, which I do have a follow-up on his point, on what options we want to move forward, going to open RFP, inviting the City of Calgary with some level of some kind of hybrid services, such as scenario 3 or 1 or 2.
Sorry, can you go back to the first motion, please, Ledge Services?
Yeah, maybe I missed it in the
I think it
first
speaks to
motion.
Councillor. So what this says is basically
three.
that we're endorsing the third option.
Okay.
Right? So, sorry, I jumped to that
Good.
one because of Councillor Grant's concern. So the order, I believe administration is suggesting that we go in is we do this motion first.
Good.
Then when we have that motion, then they're going to go look at the funding and the cost recovery as part, because we did that. And then number 3, as I'm suggesting, is that we would have a third option to also follow the possibility of that City of Calgary option.
Okay, excellent. So then my follow-up to Councillor Grant's commentary on the fare, through our chair to our presenters, Mr. Power, is there a model out there when it comes to fare recovery? Yes, we can always debate on what that fare recovery model needs to look like and what our fare price is. Have you seen a hybrid fare rate for, and I'm assuming the answer is yes, for on-demand service versus jumping on a bus versus something that takes you from one city to the next? And how is that even manageable for managing our fare recovery when it comes to, because really, if you want to go all the way to Cochrane, you can probably do it, but it's going to cost you more than going to Safeway across the street.
Yeah, so there are a number of models generally, and like, for example, Airdrie already today has a separate fare for within Airdrie and then a fare to go into Calgary, and has had graduated pricing in the past as to how far into Calgary you go. There are some technological kind of aspects to make that easier or harder to do in terms of distance pricing. The big thing that doesn't generally happen is within the local context, every type of service usually has the same fare. In Alberta, there's no legislative requirement to do so, but there are potentially federal sort of human rights things about if you're providing a service regardless of whether it's on demand or maybe paratransit or fixed route, it should all be the same for the same kind of journey. So usually fare parity for the same type of journey regardless of service type is the norm, but certainly longer trips traditionally have had longer fares, and that's evident across the country. You can choose, and some agencies do choose, just to have a flat fare regardless of distance, but distance pricing, zonal pricing is definitely common.
I still think I would go back to your comments earlier, Councillor Warzanowski, with regards to, I think a very strong comparable for us is St. Albert and Edmonton, because Anthony Henday separates St. Albert and Edmonton, 284 Conridge separates Chestermere and Calgary, right? And so I think that's more of a alignment for us with regards to what we see in St. Albert, because those buses don't respect the border, so to speak. Like, they go right over it. And I think that that's a model that we'd be looking at, right? They don't get to the end of the transit plan and drive off the cliff. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship, through the Mr. Edney to the presenter. I just looking for the clarity for scenario 3. Is the saying in the option 1 fixed route? What exactly is the 1 fixed route means?
Back up. Or even just slide down to that, get to that slide that's got the map of scenario 3. Keep going. I was like, whoop, yeah, that one, the lower, there we go. So so it has a fixed route. So that black route that's on that map is your fixed route, and then the dark orange is the fixed route zone. So the people who live in that fixed route zone or trips that go to and from that fixed route zone would need to use the fixed route, right? So you wouldn't be putting your on-demand service into there except at the hubs. So the yellow hubs that we've shown there, the on-demand service would go to them, and that's how you would connect and transfer to the fixed route. So the single fixed route is that black route, and it's about a half hour each direction, so that's where you get your hourly service from. And the single zone on demand would also operate sort of in that 1 hour cycles, again trying to meet up at the hubs with the fixed route. So one fixed route in the black, and then the blue is the one on demand zone, so two vehicles.
Okay, thank you. So one in the like we have one in the morning and one at the evening. That's what
it's now this is an all day service. This is
all day.
completely different.
all day around.
This is all day long, yeah. As opposed to just doing the peak hours. This is a move now away from a commuter service to a full service transit system.
Okay, so include the weekend as well.
Yeah, you can include weekends, evenings. Right now, the what we presented would initially start with the fixed route on weekdays and the on demand covering your weekends and evenings. But the idea would evolve into being fixed route all day, 7 days a week, and the on demand also supporting that, all day, 7 days a week.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Sorry, I had my light on for a bit, so I was actually going back to the discussion around the motions. Just understanding how many motions we get on the resolution tracker, I might suggest that motion 1 and motion 2 should just be combined into one motion. If you endorse the hybrid as a preferred service model for transit and direct administration to evaluate potential funding options to support implementation, would make a more concise, and then when we look back in 3 or 4 months, they're not two separate motions that could get confused.
Okay, can you say
Just
that
a
again
suggestion.
so that large services?
And then it's the part of the second one, and direct administration to evaluate potential funding options to support the implementation.
Funding and cost recovery options.
And cost recovery options, yes, to take councillor grants.
Like that? Mr. Edney, you
Yep.
got that?
Yeah.
Yes?
I think that gets both of them in one, and then it's one nice, concise motion. Well, not concise, but gets all the points in the one motion.
Okay, so I think we are at a point to test this. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Warzanowski.
I motion council endorses the hybrid, fixed route, and on-demand one-zone transit service as the preferred service model for Chestermere and direct administration to evaluate funding and cost recovery options to implement a Chestermere transit system and bring it back to a future meeting of council. I'd like to date stamp that, but I do know that this is a big ask.
I was literally about to say, and Councillor Warzanowski, would you like a date stamp on this? So to administration, where would that sit with you if we were looking to date stamp that, Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I don't have a good answer off the top of my head. I think this is going to take some work. As we talked about earlier, it takes some work to get. This is something would need to come back through our internal process to the executive team before it comes to council. I'd be shooting sometime probably in the fall.
So if we said by end of November?
My question, though, I'm looking at Mr. Power is, to actually start implementing, we probably need to move sooner.
Yes.
You need to move sooner.
Yeah.
So would we shoot for end of July?
Probably. I think, the date that...
Mr. Power, sorry. Could you go to the mic?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that. Your date stamp on this does depend on your next motion around the City of Calgary, because you really can't finish this evaluation without having that discussion with the City of Calgary. So how fast the City of Calgary can move, I don't know, but they do have some motivation in that right now the Max Purple ends this year. So I would say that this probably July is probably reasonable in terms of being able to have it in place soon enough to make something happen, whether it's with the City of Calgary or not. But the City of Calgary discussions will need to happen for this to happen.
So what we could do though is we could put by end of July 2026, and then if it's not ready to go, we could extend the date of the motion. We could do that.
Yeah.
Okay, So by end of July 2026. Does that work?
Before July 28th, we have a regular meet of council on the 28th.
Okay.
Okay, I'll accept that.
Thank you. Okay. So comments, questions with regards to the motion, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Worship. Through you to maybe Mr. Powers or Kate, where would governance come into this? So when I say governance, I mean things like determining, for example, Calgary peace officers coming into Chestermere.
You actually have covered a lot of this off already with the current service. So that discussion around, who takes care of, you have an incident on the bus. That's already built into the current service model you have with the City of Calgary. So that's there. Now, it does change a little bit if Chestermere is now running its own service into Calgary. However, I think a lot of those principles have already been addressed, so I don't think it'd be a big stretch to say that could probably be negotiated relatively easily.
Okay.
Again, you've already done this piece around operating in the opposite community, so it's already there.
All right.
A lot of it's there. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. We're talking a lot about the Calgary proposal, and I understand that we need to review that. This motion says options. By the end of July, will there be multiple options presented, or will we be asked to evaluate that as the only available option?
I think that there's multiple options. Sorry. My suggestion is that with regards to the Calgary piece, there's going to be another motion that's going to come after this one, specific to this Calgary conversation because it was so new, right? So originally we were going to do 3 different ones. So now we've combined it into 2. There'll be a separate motion with regards to this Calgary conversation because it is so new, right? And we don't know all of the factors that could affect that. And so that's why, in my opinion, it's a separate conversation because if Calgary, for example, with Route 106, and they would be interested in taking on our on-demand system, then that flows back into this motion. But that's why I think that they are separate at this time.
Separate and related, as long as both discussions come back at the same time, I would agree with you.
Yeah, I agree.
So I suppose maybe I can re-ask my question on the next motion if you prefer, but that is my question because what I would like to avoid is being presented with only one option and being forced to say transit or no transit now.
So I think on the next motion, we have it as the same timestamp. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I don't think you can bring this motion back without having the Calgary answer to start with. That's where the options and cost recovery comes in. So I would timestamp them the same time, but our intent administratively would be talk to Calgary, figure out what their options are, then look at our other options, bring those to you at the same time for a next step move forward plan.
Thank you. Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I just wanted to bring up one other risk that came to me as we're sitting here trying to divine what the right system could potentially be. And it comes around Calgary and they are a good service provider and they have all the robustness that makes them really good at what they do. But my concern would be if we go and build a system around Calgary and then they come and go, guess what, we're not doing Route 106 anymore. What's the outfall for us? And I just want to be careful of building a system reliant on someone else maintaining a system that we don't control.
Yeah, so Councillor Grant, I fully agree with you, which is, again, why I think it's 2 separate motions. I didn't want it to be together because I think one of the values that we've shown is that they're the City of Calgary and we're the City of Chestermere. And so while we may want to regionally partner on something, we may also want to do our own thing, and we don't necessarily want to be dependent on that service. So I fully agree with you, which is, again, why I see them as 2 separate motions, so that perhaps that's the way that we go, and then it would need to be baked into that agreement. But at the same time, maybe it's not. And so I fully agree with your statement, sir. Okay. Any other comments, questions with regards to the motion? Okay. So call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So then the second motion, Kathryn, I might need some help with this. Partnership with the City of Calgary on the proposed Route 106. I don't want to just... I would say including. Sorry, no. With the City of Calgary, including the proposed Route 106. And is other options too generic?
I do think it is too generic. I would also recommend explore transit partnerships, just so that we have clarity.
Okay, so we're going to say
explore a
transit partnership.
With the City of Calgary, including the proposed Route 106.
And on-demand service? Or is that too specific?
Well, and the potential for on-demand service.
And the potential.
Reasonable.
Okay, and the potential for on-demand service.
Because as Stephen has mentioned, that has not been discussed at any of our conversations with the City of Calgary Transit at this time.
Right, I'm just going back to what our CAO brought up of, have we asked that question? I think that this provides administration the opportunity to go ask that question. They might just say no.
Yes.
Well, we asked, right? Is my point with that? Then it provides administration to ask that question. So, first of all, before debating the motion, I just want to bring up opportunity for council to. This is with regards to the wording of the motion, not necessarily the motion. So, Councillor Sample.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think that this is too restrictive to the City of Calgary because reasonably we could see an option with a different third party or a business or a nonprofit or something like that. And that goes to my question about what's possible by the end of July. Because I know with the information I have in front of me right now, I'm not sold on the Calgary model, like in any capacity, because I have concerns around control. So that's why I'm wondering by the end of July, is it possible to also receive at least another option to compare costs, control, routes, those kind of things?
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. So I think one of the important parts in this conversation that wasn't said was City of Calgary won't participate in an RFP style process with us. So I think this first motion is to understand what the City of Calgary is proposing, come back with that option as well as other options. And then if council wants to go to a further step, then we would need to do a fully competitive either request, invitational request for proposal or something like that to get your other parties to submit something to bring back.
Thank you. Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm looking for your thoughts on this. I can already, not to presuppose myself in a couple of months, but I already know that if I only receive the City of Calgary as the only option, I will vote no. I just know that. So if the priority is to evaluate options and try to get something moving, what do you think we can do in this case to see additional options?
Yeah, and I guess for me, that's what was covered in the first motion, and which is why I have suggested all along that they're separate, right? Because to me, the first motion is other options, and that this one is Calgary. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I guess my question would be to either Kathryn or Stephen. Based on the first motion, are we going to look at going to an RFP, request for proposals from people right now, or what was contemplated as the work? What was contemplated as the work between now and the end of July?
So I think the second motion, I'll let you jump to second. Second motion is actually to figure out if Calgary is even at the table.
Yeah.
Like this is we don't know enough to say, yep, go with Calgary. This is to go away and do the discussion with the City of Calgary to see if they're even an option. If they can't budge on anything, you know what? We're now looking at a private operator, and then it comes to a question how you want to procure if you want to move forward. That becomes the next question. So I think it's actually the opposite of what you're kind of getting at. It is not to say that Calgary is the option. It's actually to say, is Calgary even an option? We don't have enough information right now to say whether they are even at the table or not, I think is probably the best way to put it.
So then should we have this one should we try to have that answer by the end of June? And then this one by the end of July? Or no?
I think what's challenging with that is that that timeline isn't only on our end.
Right.
We have to be able to get that time and space with Calgary to have those conversations. And we've been undertaking the transit feasibility study now, or gosh, 8 months or so, and we just got this information. We've been asking for it for a very, very long time. So I would have concerns around June, for sure.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Edney had made the comment about the intention of the first motion, and what the intention was when we presented that motion and we recommended that motion to council is because right now we don't have any of this in our budget for a transit system. We have what we currently spend on Max Purple, and we have what we currently spend on Rocky View Handy Bus, and those funds have been committed to those specific contracts and those services. So with respect to the funding, it was to work within our internal funding to see, are there grants? What does this look like? How would we work this into our model? Is it in operating? How does that look? And then there would have to be an ask to come back to council to say, hey, we need to reallocate these funds and either end these services, or we need to add this additional line item that would then enable us to go to RFP and look at that, or to come back and say, the City of Calgary's option looks like this. This line item would need to be transferred over and change at this day to this amount. There's a lot of unknowns right now. So the first motion was, let's pick a direction. The second motion was, now let's figure out how it works within our budgets, and then it's implementation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I have a lot of green lights here. So, Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think this discussion, it really is presupposing that Calgary is the first choice, and that was not my intention with the last vote personally. I'm not comfortable with that. I don't know what the solution is, because it sounds like I hear Calgary would not go to RFP. That's totally reasonable. But I want to stress that timeline, because I think there is a desire to try and get something moving. So if this comes back in June or July and it is voted down, we're at where we were at last year with this.
Okay. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Yes, I largely agree that my understanding of option 3 was that it was agnostic of provider, and more that was the route that we were going to go with. So that was my understanding on that point. I guess my other comment was, and maybe I'm addressing the elephant in the room here, and we didn't really ask it, but to Mr. Powers, maybe you can answer this since you've had conversations with Calgary. Why are they ending the Max Purple service?
I don't know.
Well,
and they're not. Be clear, just so people don't misunderstand. They're not ending Max Purple. They are not interested in continuing the extension into Chestermere. I think it's operational, to be honest. I think it's causing them headaches. It's my guess. They haven't said specifically, but my guess is just operationally it's not working. And I think with Belvedere being developed, they need to do something like this anyways. Max Purple isn't really what they want to do. They want to have an all-day service. They see the shuttle. They see this is the better way to provide that service. So I think it's how it fits into their operational model.
Thank you.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you. I'm listening to my peers, Councillor Sambo and Councillor Grant. I'm also with Councillor Grant. Yes, we can't assume necessarily the first motion covers all of this. Certainly, talking to Calgary is warranted, I would say. But also, if it's unclear, why don't we just do a third motion and go to RFP and see who shows up? And then everything is covered. We have our options. We see if Calgary's interested. The motion is clear on where we want to go with scenario 3. That's the basis of what the RFP can look like, and we're done.
I don't think administration, though, it sounds like to me, is ready to go to the RFP process. They want to do the work on the first motion first.
Okay.
And then let that come back by the end of July.
Just with the understanding,
nodding at me.
Yes, and also with the understanding you're hearing it from council that we want to see other options other than Calgary. That's all. That's fine. Then, okay. Thank you.
I agree with Councillor Grant. I don't think option 1 was agnostic of Calgary. Could include Calgary, but it doesn't necessarily include Calgary. I think there's a misunderstanding of council right now. I don't think that it was like Calgary's the preferred option. This is the way we want to go. I think that new information had presented itself, which gave us the opportunity to at least go and ask the question. So we should go ask the question and get some answers, and then we have all of the information that's in front of us. One of the things that this council is a specialty at is we love to have all of the answers. So let administration go get all the answers.
Get the answers.
That's all we're doing.
Awesome.
Okay. So, Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm actually agree with the Councillor Grant and the Councillor Warsnowski. I know where I vote exactly, and the other. But the thing is, I think a previous few, like last year or before, we have the other option in front of us, the sum of in camera and on camera, as well for the third party for the pilot project that time. So that's why we made it to go for this route. Isn't that true? Or we are looking for still other options?
I think that proposals that we had looked at before are unrelated to what we're doing right now. We've now made a motion and voted to go with a hybrid option, and we're just asking administration to get some further information should this motion pass. Okay. So do I have a councillor that wants to make this motion, please? Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Yes, I move the council direct administration to further explore transit partnership with the City of Calgary, including the proposed route 106 and a potential for on-demand service, and bring back to council by the end of July 2026.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Councillor Warzanowski.
We're almost there. We're almost at lunchtime. Just a few comments. Again, I mentioned it earlier in our council discussions. Our strategic plan is clear in where we want to go with economic development. I'd be in support of this. I'm not saying I would vote forward or presuppose a decision to move with the City of Calgary, but there are other benefits other than costs that would benefit us by talking to the City of Calgary. Our commitment to regionalism, our commitment to bringing Calgarians to the City of Chestermere, whether it be sport tourism, whether it be come and eat at our restaurants, whether it be anything as a fair integration, all those things making it easier with working with the City of Calgary may benefit us. So certainly talking to them is something I'll be voting in support of. Thank you.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have one question before I vote, if I can, through to Ms. Doherty. When this comes back in July, will this come as a request for decision or information?
My original intention with the motion that was previously passed was that we would be coming with an RFD with a budgetary ask for implementation. The outcome of this new motion, I don't want to presuppose it. I view this as an RFI that would have informed the RFD for a budgetary ask.
I kind of need some clarity on that before I vote.
I don't think there is clarity. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. For clarity, two separate motions doesn't mean two separate reports necessarily.
Right.
My view still, and I'm looking to administration to correct me, would be this second motion is part of the first motion. It's going to come back with different options and say, okay, by the way, here's what Calgary says. And then pick a motion, option to move forward with at that point.
So the report that comes back in July is going to present Calgary in addition to other options.
Correct.
And asking council to select from the options.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay.
With a budgetary ask, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Any further comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Are there any other items that need to be covered off with regards to this topic at this time? First, looking to administration. Seeing none. Council, are we good? Seeing none. Awesome. With that, we will take our lunch break, and we do have a public hearing scheduled to start at 1 o'clock. So we will come back at 1 o'clock for our public hearing, at which point Deputy Mayor Narayan will be chairing part of the afternoon session here this afternoon. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, is the mic working? Yeah. Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. Council's back from lunch. Mayor Dean is in a meeting for the next about hour or so. We'll start things with the public hearing, and with that, I believe I do have a motion here. Council opened the public hearing for bylaw number 011-26, being the development applications, land use bylaw amendments, at 1 p.m. With that, I'd like to call for vote on that.
I guess you made the
Oh, sorry. I just made the motion. And sorry, I don't have access to the mayor's screen on who's speaking, so I'm gonna have to kind of look around, and I've got Josh helping me with the mic as well. Make the motion, please.
Councillor Me? Cool. I move that council open the public hearing for bylaw number 011-26, being the Development Applications Land Use Bylaw Amendment at 1:08 p.m.
Call for the vote. Okay, and that's passed unanimously. Okay, so for the public, public hearing, what we'll do is we'll start with the staff report. There will be presentation by the applicant if they're here. There will be presentations from the public in support of the proposal, followed by presentations from the public in opposition of the proposal. There will be an opportunity to do rebuttal presentations from the applicant, limited only to the comments received or heard in opposition. There will be a chance for final questions of administration. And once the public hearing is closed, council begins deliberation process, and then council may choose to make a final decision at the same meeting or defer the decision to a future meeting of council. Also, any individual or group that wishes to present at the public hearing may register on the designated sign-in sheet, either in support or in opposition of the proposed bylaw. After every registered individual or group has had the opportunity to speak, the chair shall ask 3 times if any members of the public wish to speak. Members of the public have a maximum of 5 minutes to speak. The public hearing is being recorded and live streamed and will be available to view on our website. The use of audio or video recording devices and cameras by the public or press is prohibited. And at this time, I'd like to call the staff doing the presentation. I believe it's Shamin.
Hello.
There you go.
Hello again, council members, and good afternoon. For the record, my name is Shamin Vicencio, Development and Building Services Manager with Community Growth and Infrastructure. I'd like to note that all of my comments today are delivered through the CAO. I am presenting Bylaw 011-26, which is an amendment to the Land Use Bylaw 020-24, which proposes reinstating development permits for permitted use dwellings. I'll start with going over the motion, then summarizing the history and the current state, present our comparative review of other municipalities, highlight key process differences, describe the implications of reinstating development permits, and conclude with administration's recommendation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have in the end. Today, administration is requesting that council consider a second reading to bylaw 011-26, being amendments to bylaw 020-24, the land use bylaw as amended, and that council consider third and final reading to bylaw 011-26, being amendments to bylaw 020-24, the land use bylaw as amended. In 2014, the city exempted permitted use dwellings from requiring a development permit, replacing the formal approval process with an internal review only. Although a development permit was no longer issued, The full technical zoning and compliance review continued. Construction proceeded first under a partial building permit and only later upon receiving their full building permit. The problem this created is that the city still performs the full level of work associated with a development permit, but without the formal approval tool that makes the review meaningful. So today, the city completes the same workload, applies the same technical standards, and performs the same thorough review, but lacking enforceable conditions with no transparent written decisions and no appeal rights offered because no development permit exists. This leaves administration with less authority, less clarity, and fewer tools to manage compliance. So the key takeaway is that we're doing all the work as we would if we did issue a development permit. However, we do not have the benefits of a formal decision, finding conditions, enforcement mechanisms, and we also do not have an appeal process. This administrative gap exposes the city to confusion, inconsistent expectations, and avoidable compliance challenges. So to close this identified gap, administration proposes deleting section 4.2 Y1 so development permits would again be issued for permitted use dwellings. Across Alberta, municipalities generally follow one of two approaches. Either they issue a development permit or they conduct a simplified internal review with reduced scope. Chestermere's current model fits neither approach. We perform the full technical review but do not issue the permit. As a result, we assume the workload of a full development process while missing the administrative and enforcement benefits of issuing one. Reinstating development permits aligns Chestermere with consistent municipal practice and improves clarity for applicants, neighbors, and staff. Municipalities that issue development permits benefit from a formal authorization, from appeal rights, enforceable conditions, and a clear public record. Review-only models remove the permit step, but it reduces transparency and enforcement tools. Chestermere's current approach delivers none of the efficiencies of a review-only model and none of the benefits of issuing a development permit. The flowchart before you shows the current process. Note that this represents an operational process managed by administration, and the purpose of presenting this is just to simply show how the workload would function under the updated bylaw. In today's process, the application is submitted, then checked for completeness, and a partial review is performed. During the partial review, setbacks and lot coverage are checked to identify if the foundation is proposed in compliance with the land use bylaw. And if so, the builder is given a partial building permit to proceed to foundation only. Those are the steps that you see boxed in red. Following this is a more detailed technical development review, identical to what would accompany a development permit. This review will cover full zoning compliance checks, and then it will be followed by a full building permit review. The building permit review is the last review before the building permit is issued and released. The sequential process of the full development and building review process is encircled in blue. So as you see, today's approval process involves 3 sequential reviews: a partial review for foundation approval, a full technical development review, and a building review that allows the builders to construct. On average, assuming a complete application, foundation-only approval is issued about 10 days. While full building permit approval is typically issued around day 25, foundation work generally takes approximately 2 weeks. As a result, by the time that the builders are ready to begin framing, full permit approval is often still pending. This creates delays even though foundation-only starts are permitted. The sequential review process and duplicate review steps contribute to these delays. Should the amendment be adopted, administration intends to do 3 changes to the current process. Once an application is deemed complete, administration will carry out a full development technical review from the start. This eliminates the partial permit stage and merges into a single integrated approval that will result into the issuance of a development permit. The full development permit review will move in parallel with the development permit review instead of sequential. And lastly, a development permit and a building permit will be issued and released at the same time. The applicant will get both permits before they begin any form of construction. The bottom line is the proposed process aims to improve efficiency because it removes an entire approval loop. It merges reviews and moves to a single construction release point. Assuming similar volumes and complete applications, this integrated approach shortens the timelines from approximately 25 days to about 10 days. With all that said, reinstating development permits will provide clear, enforceable approvals by issuing binding decisions with conditions that can be upheld if construction strays from the approved plans. It will also improve transparency by restoring formal written decisions, public notifications, and fair appeal rights for both applicants and neighbors. It also becomes a part of a long-term property record, which supports resale, financing, future renovations, compliance checks, and real estate inquiries, which benefits both the homeowners and the city. And lastly, it also gives administration an opportunity to improve coordination between development review and safety codes. In summary, development permits support homeowners, builders, realtors, and the municipality in providing a definitive approval document, enabling consistent enforcement, and ensuring full compliance before construction begins. This reduces future disputes, protects infrastructure, and supports orderly neighborhood development. Through development conditions of approval, administration and council could proactively guide how the community grows rather than reacting after a problem appears. Conditions provide clear, enforceable expectations for builders from the time of approval all throughout the stages of development, which may cover on-site parking, construction best practices, driveway approaches, support for other city bylaws, secondary suites, etc. If development permits are issued, administration and council would have the ability to impose conditions of approval to regulate common issues and address recurring complaints. These conditions allow the city to manage impacts proactively and ensure development operates in a manner that aligns with bylaw requirements and neighborhood expectations. Conditions of approval could include standards to regulate on-site parking. For example, a condition of approval could state that the garage shall be maintained and used for its intended purpose as a vehicle parking space. The garage shall not be converted to storage or any use that prevents the required on-site parking from being accommodated within the garage. Another example would be construction best practices. A condition could be added to regulate and require that the construction site shall be always maintained in a clear and orderly condition. Secondary suites conditions can also be added to conditions of approval, which could state any future basement development must not be used as an additional dwelling unit or as a secondary suite unless a development permit is approved. These are just some examples of how conditions of approval can assist in managing impacts proactively through education and guidance. Being able to set clear conditions from the time of approval helps prevent common nuisances like street congestion, construction complaints, and the typical complaints that we receive and hear from the residents and the public. By attaching conditions to the approval, the city can ensure each new home aligns with the standards that council envisioned for Chestermere's neighborhoods. Ultimately, development permit conditions make growth more predictable and assist in the orderly alignment with council's priorities, supporting the long-term goal of building a safe, attractive, and well-managed city. Given all that, administration recommends reinstating issuing development permits for all new dwellings by giving second and third reading for Bylaw 011-26. I'd just like to note that should council choose to adopt the bylaw administration will ensure that the development and building industry is fully informed of this change well in advance of implementation. That concludes my presentation, and I open the floor for questions.
Okay, so I understand we'll keep the questions for later. At this moment, I will call for anyone in the public that would like to speak in support. From what I understand, there wasn't anyone on the list. Has that changed? Okay, so I don't have anyone in the list. However, I will call it 3 times. So if anyone would like to speak in support of the bylaw amendments, I'll say that again. If anyone would like to speak in support for the bylaw amendments, and for the 3rd time, if anyone would like to speak in support of the bylaw amendments. Legislative Services, is there anyone on our phone that would like to speak in support? Okay, and the phone number for the public hearing is 403-207-7050, extension 7106. Okay, seeing none, hearing none. And at this point, I'd like to allow anyone that'd like to speak in opposition to the bylaw. For the 2nd time, if anyone would like to speak in opposition. And for the 3rd time, if anyone would like to speak in opposition. So seeing none, hearing none. Legislative Services, is there one on the phone that'd like to speak in opposition? Okay, seeing none. And at this point, I would... well, there's no rebuttal, but I'll ask, and the applicant being administration, if you'd like to have any final comments.
No further comments,
Okay.
Your Worship.
Thank you, Shamin. And at this point, I will open it up to council for questions. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you to the chair, and just a question through you to Mr. Edney and to the presenter. So just to clarify, it sounds like the change that is being proposed with this public hearing by your assessment is going to increase the ability to appeal, it's going to make enforcement tools stronger, and it's going to make it quicker to get approvals for the development community.
To Councillor Sambo, that is accurate.
Thank you.
I do have a question, and it might be kind of moot, as to why the council of the day would have moved away, if there was any merit in that.
Through the CAO to Deputy Mayor Dean, unless... Oh,
We just...
I was reading the nameplate. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Narayan. Okay. In 2014, the intent was to expedite the process. The technical review was not removed from the process. We still reviewed it as in-depthly as it would if we issued the permit. So as an end result, it was analyzed that it wasn't actually shortening the process. We were losing the benefits of issuing the development permit, and we did not meet the intent of the exercise.
Okay. Thank you for that. Any other questions? Okay, if there's no questions, if anyone would like to present the next motion to close the hearing, please. Councillor Randhawa, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Narayan. I move that the council close the public hearing for bylaw number 011-26, being the development applications land use bylaw amendment at 1:26 p.m.
Okay, call for the questions, comments. Call for the vote. Thank you, and that has passed unanimously. I believe there's a second hearing as well, and I believe the mayor is back, so I'll ask him to come back, and he can resume the second public hearing. Oh, the bottle.
Okay, Thank you for that.
Mayor Dean, if I
So-
could interject.
Yeah, absolutely.
The second public hearing is scheduled for 2 p.m.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah, so we can't actually go to the second public hearing yet because it is scheduled for 2 o'clock. So, so then, with that, okay. So sorry, but I do believe that we can look at some other items here. Can
Yep.
Sorry, I got 4 people talking to me at once, and I'm trying to say a sentence. Sorry. Let's go with Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I think we were going to do second and third reading of that bylaw. That hasn't been done yet.
Of the bylaw that
we just had the public hearing for.
Okay, then Deputy Mayor, I need you to then stay chair because I missed. Because for the public hearing, then I can't vote.
You
on it,
can't
because I
vote,
missed
but
the
you
public
can
hearing.
chair.
So
you can share, you just can't vote.
Yeah.
So I just abstain.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Okay. Thank you. So with that, then we will go to. So the motion's on the screen that administration recommends the council considers. Okay, so we're going to be looking at giving a second reading. Thank you. So can we have the motion for second reading, please? Thank you. Can I have a councillor give the motion for second reading to bylaw 011-26, please? Councillor Sandbo.
Certainly, Your Worship. I move that council give second reading to bylaw 011-26, being the Development Applications Land Use Bylaw Amendment.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Seeing none, again, I will be abstaining from this vote because I missed the public hearing. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And then can I have the motion to give third and final reading to bylaw 011-26, please? Councillor Schindler.
Excuse me. I move that council give third and final reading to bylaw number 011-26, being the Development Applications Land Use Bylaw Amendment.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Again, I will be abstaining since I missed the public hearing. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, with that though, we could move to bylaw 040-25, which is third read. Oh, and there he is right there. Perfect. So we're going to move to item 11.2.2, which is bylaw 040-25, secondary suites land use bylaw amendment, third reading. This is being presented by Mr. Josh David, Planner 1. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Do you mind pulling up the PowerPoint, Josh? Thank you. So good afternoon, Mayor Dean and members of council. For the record, my name is Josh David, Planner 1 with Community Growth and Infrastructure Division. Before moving forward, I'd like to acknowledge that all of my comments to this presentation shall be made through the CAO to the Mayor and all members of council. Today I'm presenting the proposed land use bylaw amendments related to secondary suites. So this slide just provides a brief overview of the topics that'll be covered in today's presentation, including the motion for council's consideration, the background information, and just a brief history of how this bylaw has progressed to third reading today, a summary of all the proposed amendments in the bylaw, administration's recommendation, and then finally we'll open the floor for any questions or feedback that you may have. So administration is recommending the following motion today, that council give third and final reading to bylaw 040-25, being amendments to bylaw 040-24, being the land use bylaw as amended. So this slide provides a brief history of Bylaw 04025 and outlines the key steps in the approval process. So the bylaw received first reading on December 9th, 2025, followed by a public hearing on January 27th, 2026. Second reading was on February 10th, 2026. It was then brought forward to the GAP meeting on March 17th, 2026, where council discussed and refined the proposed amendments. And then today's meeting represents the final step in the process, with third and final reading should council choose to grant it today. And the following 3 slides will just provide a full list of all the proposed amendments. So the city's current land use bylaw does not define shared accommodation such as boarding houses. So administration is recommending the addition of a clear definition for this use. I'll just quickly go over all of them. Boarding house means a dwelling in which 3 or more persons who do not own the dwelling pay or are obligated to pay for the right to live in a dwelling or portion of the dwelling, or receive any amount of compensation or benefit from a third party, including consideration paid directly to the owner or primary occupant of the dwelling for their right to live in the dwelling or a portion of the dwelling. In addition to these definitions, administration is recommending to add the boarding house use as a discretionary use in the following lower density residential districts. So residential single detached R1, residential estate R1E, and the residential estate modified R1EM. The following amendments were identified through the engagement and public hearing process and are intended to address concerns that were raised by both council and members of public. So add secondary suite as a discretionary use in the following districts: the residential plan lot front drive district R1 PFD, and the direct control residential semi-detached district DCR2 in association with semi-detached dwellings. And then as well as remove secondary suite as a discretionary use in the following districts: the residential lakeshore district R1L and the golf course residential land use designation as identified in the MDP. And then finally, the following amendments are proposed for the secondary suite general regulations in the bylaw. So just add that secondary suites are discretionary use and require a development permit. A secondary suite must have at least 1 parking space or stall per bedroom, in addition to the parking requirements for the principal dwelling pursuant to Part 8 of this bylaw. And all parking must be located on property. On-street parking is not counted as parking for the purpose of a secondary suite application. And then a secondary suite is not permitted on any parcel without lane access that has a lot frontage of less than 11 meters. And then just to confirm, that would be except for in the DCR2 district, the semi-detached dwellings. It's also important to note that implementing 1 or more of these amendments would not impact existing secondary suites that have already been approved by the city through a development permit. Should these amendments be adopted, any previously approved secondary suites that do not align with the new provisions would then be classified as legal non-conforming. So administration recommends that council proceed with third and final reading of bylaw 040-25. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Okay. There has been an incredible amount of work put into this over the last number of months. I'm hoping we are at a point now where there would be very few questions and we'd be able to proceed with third and final reading. And I think, I don't know, administration, Josh might be due for a day off with getting this secondary suites across the goal line here. But first of all, any questions before we call for the motion for third and final reading? Thank you. With that, can I have the motion for third and final reading? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Which one you picking, Josh? Looks good? Okay, I'll read that one. I move that council give third and final reading to bylaw number 040-25, being the secondary suites land use bylaw amendment as amended.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from council with regards to the motion? Thank you. With that, we will call for the vote. And Josh, that is carried unanimously. How happy are you right now? How?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good job.
Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you. Wait, you have one more. Don't run away. You're not done. You're done that. I did not give him the day off. I'm not allowed to do that.
It was suggested.
It was
He has to work overtime since he's doing such a good job.
the talking heads over there said that he has to work overtime now that because he's doing such a good job. I guess I'll make sure I add in that last part. The talking heads to my left now are blinking. So going to Legislative Services, Ms. White.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just as a reminder to Mayor and Council, we just have to lift this agenda item from the table.
002-26. Awesome. Thank you for that reminder. Appreciate it. Okay, can I have the motion to lift from the table bylaw 002-26, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that Council lift from the table bylaw 002-26, being the boarding houses land use bylaw amendment.
Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Now that's lifted from the table, we'll make Josh do some more work. So, bylaw 002-26, boarding houses land use amendment, again being presented by Mr. Josh David. Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon. Thank you. So we don't have a presentation for this one. It should be fairly straightforward. So before moving forward, I would like to acknowledge again that all of my comments pertaining to this presentation shall be made through the CAO to the members and to all members of council. So I'm here to present parking regulations for boarding house use in the land use bylaw. And this item was tabled on January 27th, 2026. And administration is recommending the following two motions for council's consideration today. That council gives second reading to bylaw 0026, being amendments to bylaw 020-24, being the land use bylaw as amended. And then that council give third and final reading to bylaw 002-26, being amendments to bylaw 024, being the land use bylaw as amended. So one of the proposed amendments in bylaw 040-25 that was just passed was the introduction of a new use being boarding house. And administration is now proposing additional regulations to better regulate this use. So currently the boarding house use has no dedicated parking standards. This proposed amendment, if approved, would require owners to provide one parking stall or space per bedroom, a requirement considered feasible because this use is only proposed in the lower density residential districts where lots could accommodate the additional on-site parking. Introducing specific parking requirements will strengthen administration's ability to regulate boarding houses and ensure adequate on-site parking. This will help reduce on-street parking pressures and better manage density associated with the shared accommodations. Thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. First of all, just any questions before calling for second reading? Seeing none, can I have a councillor make the motion to give second reading to 002-26, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council give second reading to bylaw number 002-26, being the boarding houses land use bylaw amendment.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. We're good? Yep. Keep going? I mean, if you want, we can table it again.
We're good. I think we're good.
You want us to do third reading? Or?
Yes, please. Yes,
are you sure?
Yes, please.
You want something else off your plate? Or well, you sounded very excited that we're going to do third reading on this too. We can table it again if you want.
Up to you. Up to you.
That was a good answer. Well played. Well played. With that, can I have a councillor make the motion for third and final reading, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give third and final reading to bylaw number 002-26, being the boarding house land use bylaw amendment.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Well, Josh, I don't know what you're going to do with all your spare time you now have on your hands. So thank you for that work. That's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next item is a timed item that doesn't start until 2 o'clock. So I think then the only thing that's left for us to be able to do is to take a break until 2 o'clock because there's no other items. So we'll take a break and we will come back at 2 o'clock for our public hearing. Thanks, everyone.